Okay.
Are you recording it?
We are live. Welcome back to another episode of the Fifer'S with me, Gilly, Rocky fucking Aldretti, and Joe. We're missing one now, but little Tate, but he'll be on before when he gets done cooking. So welcome back to another episode of the Fifer'S. Me, Gilly, Rocky fucking Aldretti, and Joe.
I can hear them in the background.
I forgot to mute the motherfucker, so you got that playback. All right. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. All right. Now, one thing I want to ask y'all, Joe, you might know this. Who is the first country that celebrates New Year's?
Well, you're just asking me because I'm 10,000 years old, and I would say Israel.
All right, Rocky, what's your guess?
I don't know.
Israel's only been around for what, 7 years, so it couldn't be.
All right. I'm sharing something this tells you who celebrates it first of everybody in the country. Can y'all see that?
That's Sydney. That's the Sydney Bridge.
No. Kiribati.
Kiribati. Well, I didn't know that.
Well, it's down there by, Australia, because it's in the Pacific.
Hang on. You mean the first of every year, but due to the time? Yeah.
Yes, first of every year. Yes.
Sydney's early. My kids live in Australia. My kids live in Perth. So before I go to bed, I'm like, "Hey, Happy New Year," and then or whatever, right in the afternoon. That's great. Yep. So what's the first one? Who's first for the United States?
The first, that's easy. That's going to be the East Coast.
Right. Who's our last then? Who's the last for the United States?
Hawaii. The West Coast people over there.
Guam.
It'd be Hawaii. I know Hawaii. Yes, Hawaii, not the West Coast.
Guam. It's but territory wise, it's Guam. So yeah. They get left out at the very end.
Actually, no, it's not Guam. Because American Samoa is part of us, right? They're a territory, right? They're the last ones that celebrate it of everybody in the world.
Wow.
It's right here. Some say this Baker Island and Howell Island are both uninhabited, so there will be no fireworks. Next inhabited island celebrate the New Year's American Samoa at 11 a.m. January 1st UK time, and on January 3rd in Kiribati time. Then Hawaii, Alaska, and Pacific Standard Times in the U.S., Southern California, Nevada are next.
Yeah.
But I thought that would be like a fun little tidbit to start the show with.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Yeah. A good fun fact.
Yeah. Because I know my first New Year's overseas was we got to Yokosuka. They were 97. I thought we was the first ones for a long time celebrating because of the time difference, between us and the U.S. But that first New Year's, that beats them all. They're right there going to Roppongi. Oh my God, that was a blast. And they say that, I don't know if it's true or not, but they say Madonna was there and Dennis Rodman was there at the same club that we was at. But you couldn't get close to him because of the VIP.
Maybe I was there. Because I remember I went to Roppongi and they said Madonna was there. I never saw her though.
No, I didn't either, but they say they was, but you always see was bodyguards everywhere, certain places. But no, Roppongi, I love that place, man.
Yeah, that was an interesting
place. It's a wonder we survived Japan sometimes.
Well, we weren't as dumb as some of the other people now that record everything and incriminate themselves.
There just ain't no fucking video evidence of us doing stupid shit overseas at that time.
Yes, that's right. We did silly things, but no one saw it.
Now, Joe, what was your favorite place? Did you ever celebrate New Year's overseas?
I particularly remember the worst New Year's Eve I had. So we're at QB Point in Philippines. So QB Point is where the aircraft carrier is tied up. I was on the USS Carl Vinson for my first ship, and I was 20 years old, and that was a good time. But the whole time was a good time, other than these two particular days. So the ship was in port of Olongapo and in 4-section duty. So So the first date of my 4-section duty was the 27th of December, which was my 21st birthday. So on my 21st birthday, I stood on the flight deck, looking out over the bay and seeing all the fireworks going off. So I spent my 21st birthday on duty on the ship, which sucked, especially in the Longapo. Then 4 days later was New Year's Eve, and I came up on the flight deck again to watch the fireworks going blasting. It was like a war zone. You could see across QB Point in the bay there that the Longapo was going crazy. Then I just happened to be up there, and of all things, the bosun mate rings the bell. I'm watching. He rings the bell, ding, 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 and he says, 1985 arriving, and that was New Year's moment. That was the New Year's moment in 1985 for me, just standing on the ship, and I turned around, went back, and hit the rack. So that sucked.
1985.
Other than that, I didn't do a huge lot of, really, if you wrap it up in a big ball over a career, you think of how many holidays, how many Thanksgivings and Christmases and New Year's you were away, underway, not really, maybe not underway, but underway sometimes. And, your birthdays and your kids' birthdays and your spouse's, the important days in your family that you're just steaming around out there doing your job for the country, that you just had to suck it up, and, some guys felt it was horrible and they would get out just for that, but other guys took some pride in the fact that they had to make those small sacrifices during peacetime, So birthdays, holidays, underway. Nowadays it's a little bit better because they put on some when ice cream social started and all that business. That stuff, they didn't do that stuff in the early '80s or whatever, but it got better and better. And then, Thanksgiving was always a treat to be on the ship. If the ship was in port, they invite the families. We'd go have Thanksgiving, and the supply department always did an amazing job. And the guys actually genuinely seemed to be liking it, that they were doing it. They were taking pride in it. So that was always cool. But
every time we had an ice cream social come up was when we was underway, right? We was getting bad fucking news, whether it be on Fife or on the Little Moon. Every fucking time, just like when we get fucking surf and turf, right? We knew when we was getting extended, we was not pulling in port when we were supposed to.
Yeah.
Every fucking time.
Well, 7th Fleet is the worst, man. You guys were like 7th Fleet. That's why the guys go nuts, because they're always underway. It seems, And,
well, because when you're 7th Fleet, you're forward deployed.
Yeah.
So if something happens in the Middle East, you're the first ones to be there.
That's right.
For that.
That's right. You're lucky to ever be in port, because that's the privilege. Other than that, you're supposed to be steaming all the time. But you guys did have we had some good port calls. I just never saw them because I wasn't there that long. But I mean, when that Blue Ridge there would go on their little deployments, they would be surfing and turfing and ice cream socialing and hitting the best ports for the longest time.
But that was the Admiral's fucking ship.
Yeah,
that was the Admiral's flagship. Now, I remember first time me and Rocky went to Australia, pulled in Darwin. Well, right before we pulled in there, the Blue Ridge was there. Remember them doing a safety brief on that one sailor getting gutted like a fucking hog with a knife in the bar because he fucked around with the wrong Australian woman? That right there, I was like, oh, fuck, we got to pay attention to what the fuck we're doing then.
Yeah, you got to be aware of what's going on inside that country and how the people act. I mean, that's just like...
And that was our first fucking... That was our first forward fucking port anywhere. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker. I was like, damn. And that's what opened my eyes up. Hey, there's evil motherfuckers in this world. Because being from the Midwest, you didn't see that shit back growing up in the 80s and 90s. You didn't see that shit that happens in the big cities or overseas, right? You didn't see that shit. So I was naive in a lot of ways. I ain't no more, though.
I think we all were naive when we first started out. We all had our own ideas about the way things were. But then the more you live, the longer you live, the more you see, the more you're like, well, I guess I was wrong about that one. And you just learn as you go. And then you try to pass that wisdom off to someone else so they don't go through something stupid or make a mistake.
Yeah, the guys with their mouths shut and their ears open were going to succeed. The cocky guys would have their pitfalls. And it's terrible. I was
That's like after when I went in, I was that quiet motherfucker, that quiet shy guy. It didn't take very long for that shit to get fucking knocked out in the Navy. You know, for being going quiet, not to a loudmouth, but I would speak my fucking mind.
And then you got your ass. And then you got your ass shot in Thailand, right?
Almost got shot at Thailand. Well, almost got shot. I did get shot at in fucking Toulon, France too in 02. A bunch of us was leaving the fucking bar right down this little alleyway. Next thing I know, here, ping, a little 22. I'm like, fuck's that come from? Then I see where it ricocheted. I was like, oh fuck, motherfucker shooting at us. So luckily the motherfucker could not shoot. Luckily he ran out because he was using a revolver. And he had to load, you know how it takes a while to reload those fuckers. Well, luckily we grabbed him, beat the fuck out of him. And we almost went to jail for beating the fuck out of this guy, even though he's the one shooting at us.
That's one of those things that wasn't recorded, thanks God, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that was a big old investigation. NCIS got involved in everything.
Oh my goodness, man.
Yeah.
So was it on national news or anything like that?
No, it wasn't on national news, thank God. But come to find out, that son bitch that tried to shoot at us, he was trying to get in good with the fucking terrorist cell there. So he figured, why not just shoot a couple sailors, right?
Yeah, that'll work.
I could get in. That's what came out of that investigation. You know, because France has always harbored the fucking terror cells back then. Now I'm sure they still do to this day.
Oh, France is like a disaster all the time now. I don't think it's been good since probably the 1800s. Who knows? And they were always at war with England or someone else for I don't know how long, a long time.
Well, that's because they always wanted land and money. That's why they went after the fucking Templars, because they owe the Templars so much fucking money. Okay, we're just gonna get rid of them. We're gonna jail these motherfuckers.
That's how Friday the 13th happened. That's how the original Friday the 13th happened, I think.
Yep.
Jacques Desmoulins.
Yep.
I forget what year it was. I know it was like 1100. I don't know. Maybe it was the 1200s. It's been
getting ready to share something here.
Let me see if I was there. Let me try to remember if I was there or not.
You might have been, sailor. You might have been.
Not sure. Be hardies.
Yeah, Joe's on the old wood ship. He's on the Constitution.
Yeah, I've heard that a few times. That it was most. I was just the oldest guy on whatever ship I was on. A lot of times, not now even that old. I went to boot camp. Only a couple dudes in my boot camp company were 32. I was 18, and it was like I thought about those guys for years. What did they wind up doing? 32. You wind up, if you're 18, you could retire when you're 38. When you're 32, 52. But those guys had been through a lot. You think about how much stuff those guys, 14 years of stuff leading up to the decision to join the Navy, past 18. That's a lot of living. That's a lot of struggling. If they came in the Navy to get a financial base of some solid thing going on there, that's a long time of hustling and different jobs and shuffling and all that other stuff. So hats off to those guys. I think you can still join the Navy when you're pretty old. I don't know what the limits are now, but it's still up there, 32, 34, something like that.
I think it's 34, but I think they changed it because no one's joining.
Well, I know they changed it in 2001 when I got to the Laboon, because there was a GSM-3 that got there. He was 35.
35
at the time, but he had already been in the Navy prior.
Oh, okay.
So you went into the Navy, so he did have to go back through boot camp, but he had prior service, so they.
Well, what rank did they restore him to? They usually cut you a deal. They give you a minor boot camp, and then they put your old rank back one lower or two lower.
He was a GSM-2 when he got out. So, So he was MM, not GSM. He was an MM, so they converted him to a GSM-3.
Wow, 35. Now, way back when I first came in, a lot of these limits had been grandfathered, so I did see some like E3s with 20 years in deck. And I remember talking to one of these guys on the Carl Vinson. He was an E3 BMSN, and he said, I just like doing this job. I don't need other crap. I just like doing this. And he was leaving at that point at I think they had grandfathered him back to retire as an E3 with 18 years, something like that. But yeah, the one dude, and he looked like he was freaking 60, you know, and he's a seaman.
Back in the day, you could retire after do 20 years as an E5 back in the day.
Yep.
You know, look at how many bosun mates there was that could never make first class because the rate was so closed up. I mean, I know quite a few up for the Laboon, or not the Laboon, but the 5 fucking retired as an E5.
Well, they did that half. They did a couple of weird deals, right? Remember that half retirement thing where they would pay you half your pay for like 10 years, and you could leave at 15 years of service or something, retire at 15.
Yeah, but what happened if you took that deal, your retirement was not 50% of your base pay. It was lower, like now, with 30%.
Yeah, and it wasn't forever. But I remember doing them. I was actually helping guys do financial stuff at that point. And I just look at the map at it. I remember this one dude that was taking the deal. I think he was a first class. He was like a quartermaster, and he was taking the deal. And I just talked to him for like 15 seconds about the amount of money he was going to miss out on. And he's like, it's okay. I'm doing it for my family. And it's the way he said it. I just said, yeah, okay, good. Good luck. Basically, it seemed like foolishness, but you could tell the way the guy was saying things that it was almost a blessing for him because he really wanted to get home, and they were going to pay him whatever $45,000 over 10 years or whatever it amounted out to. But it was nothing like putting your hand up and re-enlisting one more time. But of course, at that time I was a lifer anyways already, so I couldn't see anybody really getting out and doing a good deal. But
that's why so many first classes, they end up staying in over 20 because then they make chief right 18, 19 year in.
Yeah.
Get that high. What their high 5 or something like that?
Yeah. Higher tenure, it's high 3. It's high 3.
Yeah.
High tenure.
High 3. Then they got to do longer. And then some of those guys make senior chief. So to get the senior chief pay where they retire, they got to go even longer. Or same way with master chief.
I got a buddy. He made senior chief at 20. He made it this year or last year, and that was 26 years in. And now he's done so well at his next command, he's going up for master chief, and he's probably going to put 9 on. And he's going to be one of those boatswain mates that stays into 30 years.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him because
26 for a while.
I'm happy for him because,
dude, I mean, if you've done 26,
be cool.
If you've already done 26 and did you make the next rank, you might as well stay in until you're 30 and be completely done. Then they can't recall you for nothing.
If you can. I remember higher tenure for senior chief was 26, so they would toss you.
And I'm saying if you made master chief, right? Then you got to do the 30 if you want that master chief pay.
The whole reason he got to stay in was because they needed boatswain mate chiefs. And I tried to stay in past 24 just for the hell of it, because I was like, man, I want to stay in a little bit longer and try and make senior chief. But that didn't happen. They said there's too many MACs, so I got out. Thank God I got out. I'm so happy I got out and I didn't stay in. But he stayed in and he put on senior chief, so it worked out well for him, and he's a good dude, so I'm happy about it.
That's excellent.
And then over the years, I've gotten to see all the people that work for me. Some of them are senior chiefs now, and I'm proud of them. Some of them are
because of you. That's because they work for you.
Some of them are LDOs now, and I'm like, this is freaking awesome.
Yep,
that's awesome that people that was underneath you or guys you served with, made those higher ranks.
Well, the coolest thing is when they call me and say, "Hey, chief, I made chief. I wanted to let you know I made chief." I was like, "Thank you." I had one guy call me from Bahrain.
Wow.
Another person called me. I've had a bunch of people call me. It's really good feeling like I actually made an impact on some people's lives in a positive way.
That's like I know when the little Tate made chief, when I found out, I was happy for him because I remember him coming to the Fife as a fireman or, fireman apprentice.
Wow.
See him go from E, coming in as undesignated, right, with no A school, going from E2 to chief. I was happy for him.
I always wanted to have an ensign show up on the ship and check in and then eventually make admiral. So we had this dude on the Fife. We had Bill Bacino as the LCPO of engineering. We had this guy named Kurt this ensign named Kurt. Can't remember his last name now, but he was a. So I don't know if you guys were there at the time, but we talked about it the other day.
He was a DCA, right?
He was, yeah. He came in to do the regular, puke ensign job, and we had this female, that good-looking female who looked like an ensign, but she was actually a warrant officer. Check on board. We talked about this the other day, and she refueled one time too many at nighttime without talking to the captain. And he was volunteering to take her job as MPA, and he got the job. But I worked with that guy later on, and every step that guy took, he was early promoted. Every single rank in his officer career, he was early promoted. And last time I talked to him, he was a commander, and he was a CO of one of the DDGs, and he was.
You're talking about Molinari, Lieutenant Molinari at the time.
What was his name?
The MPA that took over for her was Molinari.
But this guy name was God, I gotta get my book up and get my shit together. But he's in there. Kurt. His name was Kurt. Kurt. Whatever. If you see in the cruise book, an ensign.
He was the actual. You're talking about not the MPA. You're talking about the division MP division officer before Boyle got there. It's a Boyle got there.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, we did one officer as an MPA there for a little bit.
Yeah, so he was willing to take the job, and he got the job, and she got booted off the ship. But but like I said, he was fast tracked all the way. So he was a CO of a DDG at like age 34, and
but then we had Molinari for the 2000 cruise as the MPA. Not the chain, not the MPA, but the chain.
This dude is a great guy, and he made captain at like 37 or something like that. It was just amazing how fast that guy got. But
was it Ensign Sellerberg?
Yeah, that's Selberg. Kurt Selberg.
Yeah,
that's him. Remember?
Yeah, I got a picture of him right here.
He looks exactly the same now as a captain. Yep, that's Selberg.
See, then we also got for an MPA after. Then we got fucking Lieutenant Williams. She was a black chick that was bodybuilder or powerlifter.
Lieutenant Williams. She was the assistant Chang. Yeah, I got a picture of her. Right. I don't even remember her.
Is she the one that got in trouble with this?
No, she didn't get in trouble. She did not.
Okay.
She was straight by the book.
I remember her, though. I remember
it was that fucking warrant officer that was a prior incident.
She was very serious about what she did too. I remember her. Yeah, I remember her. Yeah, that's right. Man, you guys I got to get that cruise book out, man. Oh, but I'll tell you what I did yesterday, Bill. I said, if the question ever comes up on the Fifer'S from a viewer, if we start taking questions from viewers, what was Admiral Fife all about? So I'm like, hey, I better get my shit together. So I did look him up on Wikipedia and do some studying. So if it ever comes up, I'll be able to talk about him for a while. To cover for all of us, having just not just goofed around in the ship, but it's just naval historians that we are from our private commands.
Well, I'm getting ready to share something. All right, did y'all hear about that? That fucking that HCBU college getting slammed for being invited to play Trump's inauguration. Did y'all hear about that?
One more time.
There was a black college there in Mississippi that's getting slammed for wanting to play at Trump's inauguration invite.
No, I did not. I did not hear about that.
Their own fucking community is going after them. And I didn't know nothing about this till last night when I started seeing, TikTok and Facebook Reels, right?
Well, what did they say? No, I'm not going to go to this racist inauguration.
That's what people are bashing about. Why you want to go there? He's racist, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
but it'd be the same people bitching if he had a white fucking didn't invite them. He invited all nothing but white schools. They'd be bitching, well, he is racist, blah, blah, blah. But why would that community, wanting the black community, be bitching that HBCU gets an invite? Especially since it's going to be Martin Luther King's day when he is inaugurated.
Well, things have changed, my friend, and funny this will tie in with that. But just a couple of days ago, I was watching a video on the colleges and American colleges that have separate graduation ceremonies for African Americans and everybody else. Where they, and you have lifting every voice as the main theme song for the, and it's just kind of weird how that works out. But
the same college back in 1968 performed at President Richard Nixon's inauguration parade on January 20, 1969.
Well, there's one they should have probably turned down, but I mean, I'm sure he had thoughts about the time, but 68 was a rough year, I mean.
But why would they be happy for those kids? Because this is once in a lifetime opportunity, probably.
Exactly.
For some
The
of these
kids in the band playing at the inauguration. How spectacular would that be? For generations, you could say my dad, I was there, my granddad was there. Yeah, that's kind of weird, but I'll bet you there's a lot of that crowd, a lot of those folks, the kids want to do it, but somebody else is squashing their dreams, because of some political beliefs or something like that. And all those knucklehead leaders of those colleges make incredible amounts of money, so they just want to stay. I mean, they got to make tough decisions, but they're trying to make decisions just like politicians to keep themselves in their office. And we might not like it, but they might get away with it because of their fraternity or their location, or it's crazy. You guys,
they didn't start getting backlash
right
until they did a GoFundMe campaign seeking $13,000 to assist with travel expenses, from Mississippi to the capital for food, housing, transportation, equipment. Total fee will cost $350,000. That's when they started going after the school. I'm like, that's bullshit. These people, this people making, going after them, do not understand the history of this school. Because if they did, in 1965, the band became the first historically black college or university to assemble to march in the Tournament Roses Parade. So if they knew anything about fucking history in the black community, they would not be giving these kids shit at all about it. But that just shows you
we need
how
to unite
stupid,
anyway.
how stupid the schools have gotten, because they're not teaching the real history in our schools no more. They're not. If they did, that shit probably wouldn't be brought up.
Yeah, and we still continue to unite the nation. I mean, it got kind of messed up. I mean, a lot of folks liked Obama's two terms, but he came in as the black guy, the black president, and ignored his white mom kind of heritage. And but it's kind of in his legacy that he didn't do a whole lot to erase any of the social or the racial divides in the country. And he had a good opportunity there, and I don't think he did a whole lot for that. But
he made it worse. The Democrats make it worse.
Yeah,
because they want us to divide. They don't want us to come together. Plain and simple. Because they know if we come together, they can't stop us. That's why you got they want the racial divide, and now they want the fucking class divide now.
Well, I enjoyed Donald Trump beating Hillary, and I supported him, but his whole thing was us against them, us against them for this whole term. And it kind of wore thin with people, me anyways. I voted him for in 2020, but it was still kind of painful. And I said, when he comes back, I hope he kind of doesn't have us against them as the crux of his pedestal of his policies, and he didn't. He chilled out, and he talked more about unity, and he made some good moves. I believe in the dude. He's always going to have his photo with Jesse and the other guys hugging and chit chatting together at the that dinner and that they went to for that event. And people. I was on a couple of political Facebook groups, and you just toss up those photos, and the other people are speechless. They just have no comeback about being misogynist or racist or whatever. Yeah, he did a bunch of dumb shit, but yeah, who hasn't? Who's an angel out there that doesn't want to get exposed on their own Me Too? You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these folks that are like, yeah, he's this and he's that, they probably wouldn't want to have their rock flipped over and examined. So let bygones be bygones, and let the American people speak their mind and send a message. And we certainly fucking did it this year.
Yes,
so
we did.
Again, the highlight of my year. It's not a shock that he came back. To me, the shock would have been watching this whole thing, and I was tracking the data every day for maybe 3 months, the polls, and I knew that the the Republicans, the conservatives always polled low. They kept their mouths shut, or they stayed out of that shit, and you just laid low. And the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and oh yeah, we're gonna get Harris in there. And I was pretty confident that when they said it was close, that meant that the gap between the polls would give Trump 2-3 points everywhere he was, because we always polled low, because we keep our mouths shut and we lay low and just be modest. In my opinion, kind of be modest about stuff. So, but my point is that I never for 1 second imagined what was going to happen if Harris got elected. I think I was so scared that I just, it's like when you have a nightmare and you wake yourself up on purpose to stop it, and you're like, and then you shut your eyes and you go back to it. I mean, we did good. The service did us good. We paid our price. We put our lives on the line for a long time. Fate would have it that we get compensated for that, for whatever. But man, I do think we definitely dodged the bullet. That's for sure.
Well, I think we did, because it would mean that all the countries that don't respect women in leadership positions would attack us.
That's a great point. I never thought about that.
I knew that. I knew that because I had read this book called The Sword of the Prophet, and it was about Islam, and it was written before September 11th. And it talked about, like, certain people of political influence always side with them, and they're the left wing. And what they don't realize is that Islam doesn't care, because this is why politicians and everybody fails all the time. They don't take their beliefs seriously. Those guys, that part of the world, they take their beliefs seriously. They take that religion and that way of life seriously, and they don't care. They're going to do what they want to do. They've already said what they want to do. And if no one takes them serious, guess what? They're going to move closer and closer and closer to cutting you off.
Chopping your fucking head off.
And the thing is they don't respect a lot of the Democrats. They'll side with them because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know that whole saying, right? But then the person that said that got their head cut off, unfortunately. But that's why they don't understand. If we don't have a strong leader, we're going to get attacked. And that's what they're vying for, that, because they want complete distraction and chaos. And I'm glad it didn't go down the way I was seeing it was going to go, because I was like, I don't know why anyone would be voting for that if they've had inflation 4 times in 1 year before the half of the year. In 2022, inflation went up 4 times before like June or April of 2022. That is ridiculous.
It was 17% at the end of the term. It was, yeah. But then you got Joe there going, well, it was 8% when I came in office, when it was 2.1. And I mean, kids had to do a lot of research. They either did their research or talked to their parents or something. But I mean, the kids are who are the guys that are the boys and girls that put Trump in office. I mean, the black vote, I'm a data guy, and I'm not going to talk about numbers here, but everything that he was expected not to do, he did, as far as raising his percentage with Hispanics, with African Americans, with college student ages, like non-college kids from, 18 to 26 and so on. And I think he was even probably surprised, but whatever we get, Elon is Elon, and I'm watching SpaceX. I hate Teslas. Where I live, there's Teslas everywhere. I mean, there's hundreds of them right near my house here in California. But okay, that's great. People like their cars, and I'm a space geek. But I don't know what he's going to do with Ramaswamy there with the Doji. As long as they don't mess with us, Rocky, they don't go reviewing all the VA stuff and going, well, this is just too good of a deal. But other than that, we're in for it now. He's done it before, and we'll see what he does. And I just hope all the good people that shave their heads and will not come to Thanksgiving anymore because their family voted for Trump just reconsider and just get over it, and kind of like, that's got nothing to do with the country. It's got family is family. Family is not politics. Families, like they say, never talk about politics.
They made baby deletion their number one priority, while everyone else was like, I need to be able to afford gas and buy groceries.
Yeah, yeah.
I need to be able to pay my rent. I don't care about all this stuff. I can't live to even think about those things yet because things have gotten so bad. And it's like if those people would have listened instead of shaved their heads and acted irrationally, because that was really just irrational emotional behavior. It's like a 2-year-old throwing a freaking tantrum.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Oh, I
know,
lost my reproduction rights. Well, you didn't lose anything. You just
no,
don't
you
know.
didn't. It
You
went
just
to
heard
the
what you
states.
heard what said you're going to lose them. We're not. I remember the first time round, he was always going to round up all the. He's going to round up all the LGBTQ and build a giant dungeon and lock them all up in there or something like that. And I'm like thinking, who the fuck is going to believe that? Come on.
No one's going to do that. They have the right to do that. I think what they don't understand is, hey, not everybody has to agree with what you want. We don't have to say, if your name is pretend Dragon Lord, I'm not going to call you Dragon Lord when your name is Thomas.
Yeah, call you sir.
Jennifer.
But I will respect you and call you sir when you come to the bank.
Yeah. Or you got a lot of people.
I came up with a pretty good pronoun. Let me see them titties.
You're stupid, dude.
Titties and beer, right?
But
or you can always go back to the old. I always go back to the Philippines where you just got to do the Adam's apple checks there, I guess, right? So if you got one of these, you're a guy, and if you don't, then
cup check.
Well, yeah. Same way in Thailand.
If you got to do a package check
in Thailand.
If you got to do a package check, you're already in trouble. But I mean, if you're doing an Adam's apple check visually from the side before you even walk up to the girl, then you're probably going to be, you got to start slow here. But and then you're going to get your anyways. Got it. Yeah, that's all.
I remember when the fucking movie came out about they was in Thailand. They was at the bachelor party, right? What the fuck is that movie?
The Batman.
Don't know.
I know you see. I'll see it. It started in Vegas, right? They had one in Vegas.
Oh, The Hangover. The Hangover.
Yes,
part.
The Hangover
Part 2.
They had the one in Thailand. Was his name Stewart?
Probably.
Fucked in the ass by the fucking transvestite, right? That happened to a guy on the 5 in 2000 in Phuket.
No way, really?
Yes,
I don't remember hearing about that.
And we're like, dude, don't fucking go around telling people this shit, motherfucker. At all, but he did. And he was a deck seaman is what he was. He was a dumbass.
Thinking about that, I'm doing it right now, and this is being recorded, and we are live. So let me think about that for a second. I guess we should shut down the Fifer'S and stop screwing ourselves. I'm just kidding. So now all the sea stories that were not recorded are being recorded as we talk about them.
Yeah.
So there you have it. So we got to make the selections carefully. Fuck around, find out. We got to be very careful about this stuff. But no, I didn't hear about that one either yet, man.
You can say what happened. You just can't leave names.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And folks, the odds of somebody having been in that story are pretty low. Very low, and the other side of the coin is unless this whole Fifer'S explodes, which I hope it does, for you guys' sake. But and I don't think somebody's going to turn around and write down some notes, because even when you go to Wikipedia, the notes on the ship's deployments are pretty slim. I mean, unless you're dealing with Fat Albert, whatever that guy is that got in all the trouble in Japan for all those dirty deals, and man, I had some people that I worked for that got wrapped up in that and doing time for that. And what the hell was that guy's name? Anyways, the supply guy that did all those swindles and had all those officers and chiefs and a couple of first classes sending him classified data about port visit schedules and stuff like that. That stuff just breaks your heart, man. And that went on for years because that's the way the good old boys operated in 7th Fleet. And yeah, but tragically, fortunately, you guys aren't in prison, and I'm not either. So, so that's a good thing.
Well, we didn't do nothing stupid enough to be put in prison either.
Yeah, some of that stuff is just devastatingly fat. What was his name? You got to look that up, man. You got the computer right next to you. Actually, you know, I got one right next to me too. Let me do this. Let me get busy here, man. Guys are good to go. So
I remember that incident, but I know it was pretty bad.
they dragged it out forever. Guys are still being sentenced for that. It's been like 12 years later. So yeah.
You know what's fucked up? They want to jail the motherfuckers that served that's in the military, right? Or
Yeah.
people after they got out for the same shit that our old fucking senators, congressmen, and even fucking Biden did. Because they went after Trump for that classified shit, right? But not Biden or any of the fucking Democrats.
Fat Leonard, that's the guy's name.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah,
Fat Leonard came up really
But
quick.
if they're not gonna go after the fucking people in government other than Trump for the same bullshit, then nobody needs to be in prison for that.
He dragged that out for so long that he was sentenced on November 5th this year to 15 years. So, you know, have a good time. But I can't name the name of the ship, but one of my XOs, who eventually became the CO of that ship, was involved with all that stuff when he was a staff weenie as lieutenant commander. And he was the worst of the worst. Even as a married guy, he was chugging that Dom Perignon champagne and doing those, multiple prostitutes. Bless his heart.
Dangerous games to play. Hey, I'll be right back, boys. I got to go do something real quick, okay?
Yeah,
okay.
And we'll hold down the fort, and when you get back, I'll feed the dogs.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, here it is. It's pretty amazing. It's New Year's Eve. My stepdaughter's going out somewhere, which is expected, and I'm going to be here with the dogs, and I'm not going anywhere. So just going to hold down the fort. The better half, who's always been the better half, is doing something else, and I don't know what it is. And that's the way life goes tonight, you know.
Well, I figured tonight we would do another live since New Year's Eve, right? You know, screw going out partying anymore. That ain't worth it.
It's not because we're old. It's because it's literally not worth it. It's like what, a DUI, something like legal action, scamming. You know, I'm going to give you a steak in a second here. It's just not. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
But I get people that all the time ask me, "Why are you such a homebody?" I was like, "Motherfucker, because I was doing shit at 18 that you motherfuckers in your 40s, 50s, and 60s still up
that
there.
You will never ever do in your lifetime." That's right. That's right.
That's why I like to stay at home. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I like to go out, but damn, go out to a bar or something. The beer, the food, the fucking price has gone up quite a bit.
And at the other side of the coin,
beer was fucking $1.50 for a Bud Light, right, for a bottle, or 75 cents for a draw, right? And I would still drink over $100 worth of beer and liquor myself.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, and now they're $10 tonight. They were $10 probably, right?
That's why I quit going to fucking St. Louis Cardinals games, Royals, Blues games, Chiefs games.
Really, that's great.
Because the fucking price. Well, first the price of the tickets, right?
Yeah, nowadays, yeah.
And also the beer. Fuck, I mean, I'd have fucking 4 beers. It was down to $100. Damn near.
Yes, I agree. Because the wife and I go to Padres games, and sometimes we can get some incredibly cheap tickets still. It's like $12, $17. You're in the nosebleed, but who cares, you know? But the prices of the beers, the vendor items are still what they are there. So you can get 2 nosebleed seats, a couple hot dogs, and 4 beers, and it's $100. You know, but there's nothing. I'm not addicted to being there, but there is a special thing about being there sometimes that you just make your decisions. And last year we had the privilege to go to one of the Padres games that were not playoff games, but they were the wild card games, and we won. But it was just, it was just astonishing how incredible that experience was. And we go to a lot of concerts, but I'm not going to drink. Being a designated driver for those events is great because she does, she's going to do 50% of the drinking, and I'm going to do 0% of the drinking. So 100% of the money is going to be 50% for her stuff. Maybe get a hot dog, maybe get some nachos, whatever. But as far as having expendable money, see, the way our family works is that I'm the infrastructure guy and she's the entertainment person. But a lot of families, which I think do it right, have like 60% of their income for infrastructure and 40% for entertainment. They're going on decent regular vacations, which I never did, and they're living well while they're on their vacations. Well, we've done some cool shit. Like we've been to Hawaii a couple times. We went to Bora Bora on a lark and had a great time in Bora Bora. And not a lot of folks are going to have the chance to say, yeah, they had a great time in Bora Bora. So am I doing it for bragging rights? No. I said, she's a travel agent. And one day I said, how much does that shit cost to go to Bora Bora? And she told me, and I said, let's go. So I was happy about that. And you can't undo that stuff, But I had a weird side question for you for tonight.
Yeah.
Where you are physically located, how it's going to be with the fireworks at midnight? You got a bunch of folks around there. It's going to blast a bunch of stuff off, or it's going to.
Oh, you'll have a few.
Yeah.
Now, before I moved to town, I lived out in the country. Oh fuck, man, we'd be shooting fucking guns, fucking fireworks, everything.
Yeah.
But here in town, you got a few. But I'm just right down the road from the casino. So casino usually has lights off fireworks. So these motherfuckers it'll rattle the house. That's how close I am.
Yes. Rural, suburban. I was a suburban guy as a kid. So we had a third of an acre. And I was going to ask Rocky where his hometown is and how long he was there for. But I grew up in Western Massachusetts. And, when I was a really little kid, people were still burning their trash in the steel galvanized trash cans by the side of the street. And
he's from Victorville. He's from Victorville. That's where he's from, California.
But a lot of the laws changed where you couldn't do fireworks and this and that. Of course, out here, I'm living in a condo complex.
Yep.
And I'll be lucky to go outside and hear any noise at midnight. And I intend to go out there if I stay awake another 7 hours, but we'll see what happens. But last year, I think I did pay attention and went outside and heard pretty much nothing as far as you got the occasional stuff, but I'm not in an area where people are just going to send up fireworks. I had a good buddy that was a fireworks fanatic, and we went to his place. We used to use his place. We used to go to his place in Santee, California, every New Year's Eve, and he was a maniac. He would take over the road, kind of do a road overtake, and but he lives in Italy now. His dream was to move to Italy with his wife, and they went, and he's still doing fireworks over there and posting them. So he loves those fireworks. But
because in Italy, the cost of living is a hell lot cheaper than it is here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's doing good. He's doing great. So they're looking for a place. So he had a plan. We never really talked about his plan, but we did talk about buying his house off of him when he left. And I looked at the property tax conversion, because once you buy a place at the new price it costs, they redo the assessment for the property tax at that price. So his property tax would have been like $1,000 a month at that place. And at the time I was doing the math on that and even approaching him seriously about it, he came up with a brilliant plan that he was going to move to Italy with his wife, basically live out of suitcases for a while while they decided where they wanted to go and rent. And he let his kids live in the house, and they added a bedroom. They added a bathroom to one of the master. They added a bathroom. They added another bathroom to the bedrooms to accommodate his two daughters and his grandkid, and they still have that house. So that's a great idea, And his wife's over there and having a great time, and they're basically living out of suitcases while they figure out where they want to go, and enjoying the hell out of it. So I'm happy. I'm happy for him and proud of him. I just wanted him to maintain his health and keep posting on Instagram, because they're having a great time. So as for me, I really hated working, man. I was working for my dad. I was shining his shoes. I was mowing the lawn. My first real job was a fucking dishwasher. Then I was working at a gas station while I was on delayed entry. And I guess, they used to have these bumper stickers when I was coming in the Navy, 90, 91. for the parents that got their kids to sign up, and it used to say, "The Navy, it's not just a job, and it's an adventure." Right? Yeah, and they would, and my parents had all after I signed up, they had that on all their cars, and the other thing was I had an older brother who signed up and entered in '98. He was a troublemaker too. He went. I'm 78. I'm sorry, 1978. He joined, and once he was out the door, my dad just made the assumption and conclusion, because he was the master of all things knowledge-wise, that he was now a man, and he was on his own because he made it through boot camp. So he knew when he got me to go to boot camp, I would then become a man and be independent and so on and so forth. But he did not know that my brother hated it and was going to get out as soon as he possibly could. And he was smoking weed while he was on active duty and doing a lot of stuff that wouldn't help you have a long career in the military. But things worked out better for me after my first enlistment. Things worked out better for me because I got married, and once you get married, that kind of like sticks you to a pillar of being a pillar, and you got to do the right thing. And that marriage didn't last forever, but I have 3 great kids from that in Australia. And yeah, I mean, I remember walking to the USS Halsey. USS Halsey was in Continental Maritime Shipyard, right underneath the bridge in San Diego Harbor. And I remember literally standing at the foot of the brow saying to myself, this is it. Because I knew whatever I did, I just re-enlisted, and I said, whatever I do from now till I leave here is going to make all the difference on the rest of, whatever I do. And the next thing you know, I'm leaving the ship 4 years later, married with 2 kids, went from E5 to E6, got a surface warfare pin and Navy Commendation Medal, and yeah, it's just really blessed, And it doesn't really matter. And my marriage was breaking up, and I was talking to this guy. I went to this weird crypto school in Florida. I got flew over there to go to a crypto school, and met this Master Chief, this retired Master Chief in the Chiefs Club. And I was bitching about how my career was collapsing. My career was going okay, but my marriage was collapsing and so on. And he said, dude, listen, you got to just chill, okay? Chill out. Your kids are your kids. They're always going to love you. And you just take yourself where you got to go to do stuff, but your kids are never going to not love you. And the way he said it was just like, hey, that is true. So you got River at your side, and I got my kids. I haven't talked to my boys for a while, but I got my stepkids, and they're kind of sticking with me. And you get a lot of rough patches, but that's life, man. The main thing is your health.
I mean, yeah, that shit happens though. I mean,
yeah. And you got to have your health, and then you got your neck, right? So you're like, you don't know what the fuck's gonna happen when you wake up in the morning. You're not gonna know what happens to your neck when you're sleeping every fucking night. You go to sleep, you probably position yourself in a certain way, going, I hope I'm not paralyzed when I wake up. I mean, I don't know if you've talked.
I woke up today, my fucking neck was hurting so fucking bad because the position I ended up being in the middle of the night or something. Because I move around in my sleep. I don't stay in one spot like a lot of people. I move around. I was like, damn, my fucking neck is killing me today. But it's feeling better now, though. So,
yeah, but killing me to you for your neck is to a regular person like 20 times that value, from the stuff you've been through.
If people fucking had the pain that I have with my neck, when it's really fucked up, they'd be on pain medication. I won't take pain medication for it. I will not.
Yeah.
Because I refuse to be on painkillers the rest of my fucking life, but I also have a high pain tolerance too. And that kind of bites me in the ass sometimes.
Oh, that helps. Yeah. I would imagine you put yourself in traction every day before you go to bed or something like that. Got to have some kind of ritual,
But even when I've had surgery on my neck, I've had them on my hands, ear. I never once took any pain medication for my surgeries. Not one. Because like for my neck, what I did was I had one of those ice machines, when they give you, when you do around like the knees and stuff, I had one of those. Well, I just laid on the back of my neck.
Yeah.
And I had that bitch numb the whole fucking time. Same with my hands. I had carpal tunnel done. I've had done.
Yeah.
What, 3 times on each hand.
Yeah, really.
You know, yeah. Same way when the ear wasn't so bad when they was trying to fix the vertigo.
Yeah.
You know, but they made the vertigo worse. But okay, but that surgery wasn't that bad, you know, pain wise. But still, I never took no Percocet or anything. Now I was in the hospital because I had to stay in that hospital for my neck. I had to stay one night. They did have me on morphine drip, you know, that time.
Right,
but when
right.
Me,
That's standard procedure, not your fault. Yeah, yeah.
but
totally.
when they released me, I wouldn't give it no Percocet or anything. So
Good
I
job.
told myself I did not want it either.
But that's heroic. That's heroic shit in its own right, because that shit's dangerous.
The thing is, people don't realize you got what hurts you. I think anyway. I could be wrong, but when after you have surgery, it's when you allow that area to swell. That's what causes the pain.
Yeah.
If you keep it iced down and keep that bitch numb, you ain't gonna swell.
So follow the goddamn doctor's instructions, right? Instead of just popping pills and not getting addicted, and then you're good to go. Too.
But a lot of doctors, they don't tell you to ice that area either. A lot of them don't.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
You know, but I've had enough surgeries beforehand too that I knew what to do too. You know, and I also, like my mom, she's had both knees replaced.
Yeah.
You know, so, and she did the same thing. You know, she iced, you know, her knees, kept the ice on it all the time.
You know, I heard they do a really good job at they do a really good job at that. And I have a good friend and my own next oldest brother who have had hip replacements, and that shit is literally routine, man. I mean, they've never had a problem, and it's fantastic. Yeah. So
I mean, now when you have your knees replaced, I remember my mom. Yeah, it's painful doing the rehab. It's painful for them but they have to work it. But once they get through that first part of being hurt, I know where it's like sore, like kind of like working out, right? After like so many years of not working out, like your whole body's just fucking hurting, right?
Yeah.
The same way with those type of
I hear you.
You know.
Yeah.
And
so last time I had Percocet, let's see. I had a hernia, so that's a weird story, but this is a weird story. But I was on the Bottomers Yard, and you have Marines and you have sailors. So the Marines are green, the sailors are blue. So the gymnasium, the weight room, has green hours and blue hours. So I was getting there on blue hours. I was on a rack where you leg raises. You hop up there, you grab the post, you're resting on your forearms, and you're doing leg raises. You're doing knee raises up to your whatever, you know. And I was doing some reps, and I heard this giant pop, and I was like, oh man, that was bad. So I stopped, and I might have done 1 or 2 more sets, but I stopped and then left. And then a couple days later, I had just been selected for warrant officer. So I was a senior chief and just been selected for warrant officer. And I'm in the head, and I can see that I have this gigantic bleed over my lower abdomen on the right side. It's fucking giant bruise, 6 inches in diameter, right around my waistline. And I'm like, oh my God, what did I do to myself? But basically, it was a hernia. So, and I kept my mouth shut about the hernia. So, because I didn't want to affect any of my screening or checking out or checking in or commission or anything else. And I could walk after a couple of days. I was moving around pretty good, and never said one word about it. But like 6 or 7 years later, I decided to talk to the surgeons at the Naval Hospital San Diego about the situation, and he could see I got a quick exam. He said you're a little bit overweight, which pissed me off, but I thought I was in good shape. But my wife has never stopped reminding me that the surgeon said I was fat at 6 feet tall, 208 pounds. But they fixed it up, but that was painful. So they gave me the Percocet, and the weird thing about that was when they close it, they use this glue, right? So they close some of the joints with this like literal skin glue, and as that glue dissipated, it left this like shard of a joint where the glue was still there. Slowly, if you touch that thing, man, that would zing you right through the roof. But yeah, the cool thing was they said, here's your prescription for the Percocet. We recommend using this. We and they had the program was already in place due to the massive. This is a long time ago too, but due to the massive abuse of those opioids, they already had programs in place at Balboa Hospital to and the rest of that Navy world for counting those pills. So they're like, use this. Here's your thing. Any ones you don't use, return to us. And they're gonna. I'm sure they didn't restock them. I'm sure they destroyed them, but they would count them, so they would know that they were part of that statistics and data being collected to see who is handing this shit out. Our guys are not going to just do that, but I've seen those 2020 videos and episodes about those unmanned medication places in Florida where there's nobody in the store. You just have to show up and say you're there. They have a storefront, and you just go through this, go through that. They mail you your meds, and that's how the junkies get their drugs. And it's just that whole thing sucks. But I think we're turning the corner on opioids. But if here's the thing for you and for me, my grandkid, your son. They get in a tunnel. Teenage years, they call it tunnel. So they're gonna get in a tunnel when they're 12. You hope they come out when they're 20 as a grown up. But that 12 to 20, they're in the tunnel, and anything can happen. And it's a fucking frightening thing as a parent to just have this stuff. And if you look at the statistics and the some of these cases are just shocking. These kids are 12, 13 years old. It's a bad decision, but they're at that point, they're not able to make a decision like that. Somehow this thing crosses their path. Their friends influence them, and they're dead. So I guess you gotta. And I'm not a guy that prays much, but this is the kind of thing I would pray over for sure, for my grandkid Camilla to come out of this. And my other in Australia, I got 2 grandkids in Australia too. My real grandkids are in Australia, and I think they'll be fine because they have great parents and much less of a crazy gun infested, opioid distributed United States of America. So it's just one of those scary things. We had our things we could have died from. We didn't die. We're still here. So
nowadays you got to worry about the fucking fentanyl being laced in
exactly.
everything.
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
It's like
everywhere. It's everywhere. And I'm at the Mexican border here.
I never did drugs in high school, right? Never did. I drank alcohol. I didn't do my first drug. I mean, actually legal drug until the military.
Really?
Yeah, never did. Weed. Hell,
welcome back.
Did coke.
Yeah.
Hell, I did coke. I mean, come on now. Because being in the military, we got to go to the biker bars too, quite a bit, especially at Everett. Casbah, remember that, Rocky?
Where?
Casbah at Everett, Washington.
Oh yeah.
Because that was a true biker bar. I mean, and they loved us and a lot of those guys are vets too. Boy, we got some of the hookups of some of the good shit that they get too.
I was never there for any of that stuff. I think
I
was
Rocky,
doing something else.
Oh, it's just like, what was that bar that had the bladder buster there to Everett? What the hell was that name?
I don't know. Was it Shotzi's?
Shotzi's was the pool hall.
Yeah, that's where I went a lot. I played a lot of pool and just drank beer there.
But
then I'd go to Denny's.
I'll have to ask him because I can't remember that bar's name that had the bladder buster.
Uh-huh.
It's right down the road from Jack in the Box and Casbah. Because Shotzi's was over there by the mall in Everett. But I love Shotzi's, man. That place, I love playing pool there.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time there actually.
Yeah, and so did Kelly. DC3 Kelly.
Yeah,
because he did a lot of tournaments. They did. I don't know if you ever did.
Kelly, Terry. I don't know if Scott Sprecher was there. I know I hanged out there a lot with Cosmo, but he was at STG.
Bert Selberg, what a name. That was amazing.
I remember him. He was a good guy. He was a good dude.
That was under my breath. I had to get some more libation. So good to go. Ooh, still got that. I had chili for lunch today. I'm still enjoying that. That's great.
But speaking of people from the five, you remember Rocky? You remember Deese, Seaman Deese, that became TM Deese?
Who? Deese?
Yeah, Deese. Remember
Yeah,
him?
Deese was a cool dude.
Yeah. Whatever happened to him?
I don't know. He was a good guy, man. He was a good
Because I was
dude.
going through back to the 2000 cruise book, right? And I was like, "Dang, what happened to Deese?" Because you, I, him, and Winston, we all came to the five and Stalk Up, PJ.
Was Deese built like you, where he was like a kind of a Cro-Magnon, freaking caveman bodybuilder kind of?
In a
No,
way, but
I think he was. You know what? Let me see. I might be able to
he
tell you.
wasn't as stocky as what I was, but he was still
Like, don't fuck with this guy, Deese.
he was still built though. But I was like, damn, because we all of us came to the five around the same time.
Yeah, he was a good dude. I remember we cranked together.
Yeah.
There you go. You never forget the guys you crank together with. So to explain to the viewers, cranking, right? So
Cranking, you're working on the
is
best decks. You're pretty much the best Dex's bitch. The MS is bitch is what you are. Plain simple.
but you're part of the team, brother. You're part of the team.
You are the slaves to the MSs.
You are part of the
what
team.
they don't want to do.
You'll have to wash all the dishes. You'll have to clean and mop and everything. You're up there early in the morning when people are cooking meals, getting dishes ready and all that stuff. And then you're there after all the meals are gone. So you're cranky. That's why you're called a crank, because you're up so early and you got off so late. And you had to do at least 90 days.
Service assistant. So you're a food service assistant.
Yeah,
the official term of it.
That was the politically correct term.
Yeah, you show up on the ship. You show up on the ship on a set of orders under a certain code to do a certain job. But once you get there, you have to help the ship do other jobs that aren't related to what your code was. So they sent you to crank.
I only had to do a short time. Rocky had to do it longer and longer.
I did 5 months straight.
What?
I think it was a mistake. But I did it. And then after I came back, I went back to MP division. And then shortly thereafter, I made DC3 and became part of the flying squad.
So there was. It was all that stuff was behind you. So here's my deal. Here's my deal. I went to my first ship. Okay, this is I can say this. I can say this because it happened to me. I went to my first ship, the USS Carl Vinson, and I was there about 2 months. Chief calls me to his space, and he says, "Hey, I got some bad news for you." He goes, "That last urinalysis you took at Mare Island has followed you to the ship, and you're positive for THC." Okay, so I was like, oh, so what does that mean? He goes, well, you haven't been here very long. You don't have a reputation. You're probably going to get busted. So, but I had signed up in the Navy on an extended program where you get push buttoned, basically thrust into the petty officer world when you finished your first school, which was Data Systems A school, right? So there was
that's 6YO, 6YO.
DS3, Data Systems Technician, 3rd class petty officer. And I was on the ship, and yeah, sure enough, I went to a mast and I got busted. So I was a DSSN, Data Systems Seaman, which there weren't any. They just didn't exist unless you created one, which I had just done. So I became immediately the only guy available for mess service around in the division. So I went down there, cranked for 3 months, came back, and then they needed another rotation guy down there. 4 months later, I went down there again because I was only E3 in the division. So I went back mess cranking. The cool thing was that I play the drums. So we had this lieutenant on the ship that was running the ship's band, and I was in food service, and I kept cutting my hands on these jars. Can you imagine peanut butter coming in a steel jar, and you're trying to get all the peanut butter out of the steel jar every day to get the food lines ready to go, and working in the scullery, which is fucking nightmare. I still have nightmares.
I love the scullery. I fucking loved it.
But if you're on a carrier, you would get PTSD over the care of a carrier. it's like the hotel I worked with in high school, but times 5 dishwashing. Like you would come down after a shift, and anyways, I can't even describe it. But anyways, I kept cutting my hands on the peanut butter jars, and that officer got me a better job in breakouts. So I was doing breakouts from the storerooms to get them to the mess decks. So yeah, I was in the stage band, the orchestra, and the jazz rock ensemble on the Carl Vinson as the drummer, and that skill kind of helped me out a lot to get out of a lot of that bullshit. But I did experience the scullery. So, and of course, you guys know in the aircraft carriers, you got the main mess decks and then the forward mess decks. So the forward was like speed line where you could just whip up there and get a burger or a hot dog, and it was like 1/3 of the size of the main line. And if you had mainline scullery, that was like the worst possible job in the United States Navy. It was just beyond. You couldn't sentence a guy in medieval times to a worse job than that. To have to do the main line, main meals, scullery, because it was the pace. The pace was like probably, you're doing 110%, and the guys that are just having a dinner and dropping out their trays are at 450%, and it's just the way it was. And if you didn't get your job done, they're going to flog you or keel haul you or whatever. I mean, so it was just challenging. It was a very challenging time, and after I got busted and did my 45 days restriction, I did get a good turnaround from my division, because this one bullet. You always have got those bullets from your evaluations and fit reps that sticks with you, that somebody was trying to help you. And after I did all that stuff and got all that trouble, I was still a seaman, and this one bullet said something like takes on the most distasteful task and succeeds, stuff like that. The stuff we did on restriction was so far beyond OSHA that was so fucked up. We did some really bad stuff that's going to probably wind up giving me cancer later on, but it was amazing. It was amazing to be on that ship.
Shit, I remember our best deck master at arms when me and Rocky was striking was fucking TM1 Herring.
I kick your ass.
Oh yeah.
That motherfucker.
You said, I kick your ass. I kick your ass.
And that motherfucker, because he split me and Rocky. Yeah, because we started out in the scullery.
What a shit job that is, too.
He split me and Rocky up because we be playing fucking country, fucking hard rock, or whatever, right in there, and we just blast that fucking music.
Now you guys know that that's a career killer. To be selected, first class being selected for mess deck master arms. That's why I was so goddamn mad.
You know what though? He ended up becoming an LDO.
Well, that's shocking.
He got pinned as ensign bars in the TM shop.
Holy shit!
I remember that. He picked up LDO.
I remember Herring. I wasn't not a bad guy, but it was kind of, I don't know what to tell you about that guy. That's amazing. But wait, wasn't he some submarine dude or torpedo man or some shit?
He was a TM1. He was a TM1.
This is why that happened. He was like the biggest dirtbag that I shouldn't have mentioned any names, and I shouldn't have said dirtbag, but we were completely, utterly shocked that he made LDO because he was not even a ranked guy. He was, at that point in the Navy, you had to be ranked or you were the other guys. And Herring came out of nowhere, right? Nowhere. TM1 Herring. It's inexplicable. Right? He may be the first DEI limited duty officer in the Navy. I don't have no idea, but that guy came out of nowhere to just get commissioned, and we all just stood there with our jaws hanging open. And bless his heart, somehow a miracle's happened. But that was just mind blowing. So that one of those years like where Master at Arms is like in the beginning of the Master at Arms rate, they could not create these guys fast enough. So anybody that applied would probably make chief while they inflated. And then sonar tech gunners, sonar STG had their years where anybody, they quotas are weird. I mean, you work your ass off And then you see some guy that sits on his ass just go right by you, but it's just fate. That's just how it kind of goes. It's just, there's a growth in these new rates where they just had to take guys and grab them and put them in positions. I knew this one dude I worked with, the MA1. Man, this guy he made chief. He wasn't the sharpest dude in the Chiefs, man, so I will say that much. And then I'm like catching up with this guy a couple of years later. He was a dog guy. He was a canine guy. And then the guy was a master chief. And I was like, that guy made master chief. And you try not to be judgmental, but
he ended up working for CNIC, and I saw him when I went to the Washington.
What's that guy's name? Cahill?
No, it was I think it was Rowcliffe.
Rowcliffe, that's the guy. There you go.
He ended up becoming one of the big MACMs in the MA rate, because when I switched to MA, I'm at MA2, right? Yeah.
Did you meet that guy?
Yeah, he made chief on the boat, and he made senior chief, and then he left.
Did he seem like anything special to you at the time?
I wanted to learn from him, but
he's a very nice guy. He's a very nice dude, but in the mess, he was kind of floating along, and if you talk to him, I thought it was his dog thing that got him going where he's going, but the next thing you know, man, the guy's like, I'm like astonished. Everybody's astonished. This guy's a master chief, and we're like, hey, man, congratulations, but we're all like rubbing our heads, I mean.
Well,
so you just got to be there at the right time in some stuff. But he did. Yeah. He got off the ship. He made chief. He got off the ship. He did dogs, and must have excelled. But I just don't know where his. I think the thing for me was I don't know where his drive was, where his inner drive was, because you could see that need, that urge to move. It's like a boxing. Let's say you're a professional boxer. And you can stand around going, well, yeah, I have a promoter. He's trying to get me some fights, and, I'm doing whatever, and we'll see what comes up. And you got these other guys that are just like laser beams. And what was his name? Matt. Was his name Matt? I can't remember. But good family guy, though. I will say this much. Absolutely good family guy. And he had his shit together because he knew what was number one, and that was his family. I always admired that about him.
Why are you screen sharing?
What?
You're screen sharing.
Wrong fucking button.
Give me a second to jump in here. Hey guys, I'm a little late. Was cooking, dinner.
We all told them you were.
Oh, cooking. I found a fucking picture of Joe from 2000. I'm gonna share that bitch.
How did that chicken come out?
There you go.
Sexy motherfucker.
There he is.
Gilly said you're too busy cooking dinner to come to the fucking New Year's Eve event.
I didn't say he was too busy. I said he'll be on when he gets done cooking, goddammit.
Well, it was 2 hours, so what the fuck,
Well, I mean, it ended up being 3.5 hours. When you got to cook, you cook with love, and it takes longer than what, you expect to. So.
That's right. We're supporting you, man. And I love that background this time. Who's that? Was that Constellation? Constitution.
Constellation. I just put in the AI. Give me an old warship, and that's what they gave me.
Oh, you should see his fucking picture he sent me on the fucking dip. Looks fucking good.
I love this background there, Gilly. This freaking shit's good, man. Good job, man. Appreciate it. I'm glad that's not a Bud Light hat on your fucking head, though. I'm not gonna forget that Bud Light shit. Cigar. Why didn't I think of that, man? How brilliant! How brilliant is that?
I can't have cigars because I got asthma, so cigars out for me. So
see, I'm gonna piss everybody off in the house because I don't smoke in the house. Like cigarettes. So cigar is gonna take over tonight. So.
Well, you pay the bills. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Goddamn right. So. I mean, the windows are open, fans going, so it won't be too bad.
Speaking of those cheating Mayholm guys, what are the games tomorrow? What are the games on TV tomorrow? Who's playing ball?
Got Georgia tomorrow. Is on.
Yeah. And a fucking hangover parade, right? Like we have some scrambled eggs and a hangover. That's New Year's morning. When I was a kid, the New Year's routine for me was the gigantic New Year's Day newspapers. I was a paper boy, and man, those papers had every fucking flyer and insert in them to the maximum. So even if Sunday was the day before, which is a giant newspaper, then on New Year's Day there was another giant newspaper. So I did morning route, afternoon route, and later on I did the Sunday route. And before I got my dishwashing job there in yeah, that was a bitch. But you know what? It helped me so much in the Navy to be able to get up in the morning and do that morning route. I mean, you gotta have parents that kick your ass, and you don't want to. If you find yourself not wanting to disappoint, to create the person that you are today, you know. And thank God that I got fucking strapped as a kid, and most of my parents are gone now. But you know, I thank God that. You know, my dad could have been a better dad. He could have been like remotely involved with us growing up instead of zero. But living in fear was better than, you know, living in, oh yeah, you get a participation trophy, that kind of thing. But yeah, I think it was good. I think it was good. What choice do I have? I'm 61 now, guys, and my 13-year-old dog is staring at me because dinner's been late for half an hour. So
say 61.
61, yeah. My birthday was here you bastards. My birthday was on the 27th. None of you recognize that shit. And that's okay. You know?
What?
The 22nd?
My birthday was 4 days ago. I just told you that sea story about the Philippines, right?
Oh yeah.
So my 21st birthday was in port on duty on the flight deck of the goddamn carrier, Carl Vinson, on the 27th of December, 1984. And then 4 days later was New Year's Eve, and I was in 4-section duty, so I was back on duty. So, yeah.
Chucky V.
I know I wished you happy birthday on
Facebook. That was fucked up to be on duty on New Year's Eve.
I went to that ship for 2 months because they didn't have an MAC there, and it was awesome. There was a master chief there. They didn't have a chief, and I got to go there TAD for 2 months from like November 2020 to January 2021. It was the best 2 months I had in the Navy because the crew liked me, which was really cool. And they let me do all my stuff that I had to do to help get out because I left the ship. I officially left the Lincoln in February of 2021.
Yeah. So where were you at on the Lincoln? What were you were MA1 on the Lincoln, or you were
MAC
converting at that time? MAC on the Lincoln?
Yeah.
And where were you at when you made chief?
I was in Seal Beach, California.
And no, like not physically, but that was your duty?
Yeah, I was there.
But when you were at Gitmo, when were you at Gitmo?
I was at Gitmo from 2008 to 2011.
As what rank?
MA1.
All right. So there you go, man. There you go. So thank God for that. That is just brutal. That's brutal. And whoever gave you the details, however you swung that deal, man, you know, putting those anchors on, man, you got, you know, that's a hard bullet to bite. And that's just, I salute you, man. I literally salute you.
It was so tough because, like you were saying, when 9/11 happened, everybody, they made the whole MA rate grow. Like they built it up to 10,000 people. They let anybody go in there, and then they let anybody make chief. So when anybody made chief, I had to deal with people that didn't know anything about law enforcement, deadly force, anti-terrorism force protection, gun safety, common sense, using UTMJ or any of that
Common
stuff.
sense.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So I did my time as an MA1 for a while. So I was my tolerance for bullshit was like at the tip of my head right here. Like it was almost gone.
But you didn't punch anybody out, right?
No, I didn't. I maintained my silence.
His thing wasn't punching people out. His thing was choking people out.
I just rented my closet here to grab something out of the closet that is a
water officer cap.
Piece of nostalgia, and once I was a
Put that
senior
bitch
chief
on.
for a
Come
while,
on,
I
put it
figured
on.
I'd just pull
Put
this
it
thing
on.
out and
Yeah, go ahead and wear it. Put it on.
and I said,
Put it on.
what would it be like to just have that gold, to wear a gold bar instead of this other bullshit, and go into the, train ensigns and all this other crap. And of course, there's no scrambled eggs on it for sure. But yeah, I am proud of that I did get to get this particular gold bar and wear that for a few years. So if I keep that in the closet, but I don't have somewhere in there is my cruise book, and yeah, it's all good. And now my life is all about the dog staring at me, waiting for dinner, and it's cool. It's okay. I love you guys. I love you guys, and I wish you guys and your families the best New Year's. 2025 is on my side of the house, family wise, things could not be worse. I mean, I'm not in the middle of a divorce right now, but my holiday spirit as a New Englander has always been really great, really high. But it's been tough, and me and Johnny Walker and any brand of vodka available has kind of slid me through this thing. The other thing that's really been a boost is this podcast. This whole thing, Gilly coming up with this thing, and
I didn't come up with it on my own. Matt, little Tate was out there too. So
yeah, this is absolutely brilliant. And and Gilly invited me in because he knew I was a sucker and I wouldn't say no. It's been great, and I love you guys. I'm telling you, I love you guys seriously. I do. And this has been, what are you doing tonight? What are you doing tonight? And my wife and I were spending New Year's Eve separate. I don't know what she's doing. It's not really my concern as long as she doesn't get a DUI. But this is where my brothers are. Here we are, literally 25 years down the road, right, from our tours, and quarter century, and back to what is important to bring us together. And I really appreciate the opportunity
and just
to be a guest here.
think how off the rails this motherfucker would be if we was all together in one room and not spread out across the country.
Oh my God.
That would be hilarious. It would be funny.
Off the fucking rails. Indeed.
But think about this. How many years is everybody? Because I got 24 years. Rocky, how many years do you have? Joe,
24.
how many years do you have?
I have 30
Gilly,
years.
how many years?
A
24
century.
years.
We have a
I got the
century.
least amount of years. 8. I got the least amount of years.
We have a century, but we have a century. We have a century. When you think about it, when you go back to I used to do this sometimes. I think I came at this point and left at this point. So I did 30 years and 3 months. What was the percentage of that since the fucking Navy has been created? It was like 1/8 or something like that. And I was like, well, that's a good career. That's a good career. I can feel good about that. But it's so awesome. And I hope this thing grows and grows and grows. Now I sent out you guys had posted the link, and I sent that to my Facebook and said, I'm so proud to be part of this group. So hopefully some of my friends pick up on that. My sisters keep asking me what's going on with that. And hopefully my brothers join. And the point of that is that I don't care if they observe anything, but as the numbers grow, people that are not joining will see the numbers climbing, and they will just go, hey, this must be something going on here. Let me jump in there. So I hope that happens with us. That's great.
We already had somebody try to scam us, or we think, we don't know for sure, right? Remember?
It kind of looks like a scam.
Yeah.
No, bullshit.
The dude's name is Larry Kim.
No, come on now. I mean, come on.
What would Admiral Fife say? He would probably be happy. So that guy died in 1975. What do I know about Admiral Fife? So he was a submarine. Y'all know he was a submarine hero. And he went World War I and World War II, submarine after submarines after submarine after submarine commanders, and then squadron commanders, and then admiral, all over the place. And then he went to some surface underway. This guy spent his whole fucking life underwater or underway, and then once he was retired, so here's a new thing I learned about this thing called graveyard admirals, right?
No, boneyard.
Boneyard. What was it? Gray Post Admirals? Gray some I had this right before I got. So anyways, the guys that had retired, the admirals that had retired from the Navy that had previous combat experience would be retired officially at their next highest rank. So Admiral Fife was a vice admiral doing some personnel shit and submarine shit at the end of his career, wind up being bumped up to a 4-star admiral, right? But it didn't affect their compensation and a couple other things. But it was just Brave Post, something like that. I forget what the weird term is, but yeah. So he was one of the very rare admirals that wind up being promoted to full 4-star admiral through this program that was like created through Congress in like 1915. And yeah, but very quietly, the guy's a legend, absolute legend in the submarine warfare thing. He commanded like 9 subs and all that other shit after he became a young buck, and yeah, pretty good legacy, But why would they name a Spruance class ship after him? I don't know. They probably had to throw him a bone or something like that. But
because we
they named 2 boats after him.
Sub Hunter.
Yeah.
all you guys jump in at the same time. Let's hear it.
We're sub hunters.
Sub Hunters.
We look for the subs trying to get to the fucking carrier. That's the whole job of the fucking DDs.
Well, and they named two ships after him. 991 isn't the new one. There's 2 ships named after Admiral Fife.
Before that,
Where
did that stogie come from? That's not you. Can you disclose that it's Cuban?
This is acid. Sorry, from Jura State.
God damn, we could get the good shit back in the day, but you wouldn't be able to admit to it.
But the key thing is, it's called Cuba with K's instead of a C.
So is this a special occasion cigar?
Absolutely, we're doing New Year's, brother.
Fuck yeah!
I remember when we came back we left Yoko, right? Go back stateside. I brought back a couple cases of fucking Cubans. And I watched the home on leave.
Hang on. Legally, you're just telling a true story here. Hey. This is just a story, right? So, anyways, go on.
I brought them back home to Missouri. I was handing them out. People's
is there a statute of limitations?
That's real
Cuban. Is there a cigar statute of limitations? All right. It's not a rape. It's a statute of limitation on cigars. But I'm sorry to interrupt you while you're chugging your beer.
Hell, Cubans are fucking legal now, ain't they?
No, they're still illegal by the embargo.
Oh, fuck them.
Fuck. But you know what? Trump is going to take over the Suez Canal again. He's like, fuck you guys. If you can't manage it, get the fuck out of the way. I'm going to take it.
Well, the reason why Trump wants to do that is because of the fact that we're fucking still spending billions of dollars on the fucking upkeep of that motherfucker.
I didn't know that. I thought the contract was the contract. That is insane, man.
Well, see, Jimmy Carter, even though he just recently passed, right? He's the motherfucker that gave it to him for $1.
Right.
And that should never happen. We should maintain control of that motherfucker the whole time.
But all our boys are down there through various contracts, you're saying, doing the maintenance to keep the shit working.
Because we're paying for that fucking shit. I mean, we are paying the bill for that. And you got China wanting to come in and fucking take it over.
Well, if they're U.S. jobs down there, if they're U.S. jobs doing a thing down there, that's okay. I mean, it's an enterprise. It also keeps us with our finger.
Our government, our tax dollars are fucking paying for the upkeep.
Well, yeah, every ship that goes through there pays through the nose. Yeah, I understand. There's also another proposal to dig another hole to get through that area to get another path. So it's kind of a second Suez Canal, but that's kind of in progress. But we'll see how
they're going to put that in.
Yeah, but a businessman's a businessman, and Donald Trump's been elected, so we'll see what he does.
Well, just like Greenland, we want to go back to Greenland. They probably want to reopen fucking that
I
base
heard he wanted to.
that
I
they
heard.
couldn't make
I
under
heard
the
he wanted
ice,
to buy.
right?
Did he say he wanted to buy Greenland? I
Yeah.
heard that. Yeah. This even the rumors are fucking exciting.
Well, hell, we already had a base, and we tried to build a base under the ice in Greenland back in what, the 50s, early 60s. They had fucking nuclear missiles in there for Russia.
Right.
You know, because I was watching a thing of that the other day. I'm like, when I heard about Trump wanting to buy Greenland, I said, yeah, we're going to try to do the same fucking bullshit we did that failed probably. Yeah.
Rocky, why are you so quiet?
I'm letting you guys talk.
Rocky's taking a
you
dump.
have to add to this?
Rocky's
Jump
making a
on
head
in.
call.
No,
All right. What's everybody drinking? I'm drinking Natural Light. Joe's drinking vodka. I know
Vodka.
Bass probably got sake
I
going.
can only drink vodka. That's
Yep, he's got the sake.
beer.
He's gone. I got plum wine now.
Oh, plum wine. Okay. Oh, you drank the sake last night, didn't you?
Yeah, I drank half of it last night and the other half today.
If you guys don't hear back from me on a particular podcast, it's because I died. I mean, that's.
I know that's why I asked you if you charged your fucking phone earlier.
No, seriously, I'm not. I'm fucking. That's just rough, man. I'm trying. You know, I got VA treatment and making an effort, but drinking before a podcast is much better than not drinking before a podcast or during a podcast. So I can find almost any enabling. Look, you're enabling me right now. But
Sir.
You can. But I love my life. I'm not expecting to live as long as my parents, and it's great, man. And honestly, especially here on New Year's Eve, you guys cannot even imagine how cool this is to be connected with you guys and be needed for something, or respected for being a part of something, and as you all are, you know, and I wish you guys the best. 2025. My 25 is going to be probably a complete disaster, but including a divorce and a whole change of lifestyle. But if this podcast continues, you know, maybe I can just pop in here and say, hey, this is great. I'll disclose this or disclose that. But right now,
that is the entire point.
It's been a solid year. Yeah.
To help everybody talk about what they need to talk about. It could be whatever. That's why you're here. That's why we're all here.
And if it, along the way, if somebody's watched this, right, and they can say, hey, I can relate to that. If it helps somebody out too, then even better.
Yeah, I mean, talking to people, talking to old shipmates probably does a lot more better for us than it would if we weren't talking to anybody. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Sometimes you don't have many people you can talk to or even understand you or even care to understand what you've gone through in life and what's on your mind and what's on your heart. And this is a great way to do that. And you may be able to help other people in the process, which is even better.
And that's one of the reasons why, like Matt said, why we want to do this right here.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
And it's not about making money or anything, shit like that. It's not. It's about having a good old time with people we served with or family and friends, which everybody, this right here, y'all ain't just friends, you're fucking family, because I always tell River, I said, River, you have no idea how big your family really is, son. I said, you got a lot of aunts and uncles out there.
Millions and millions and millions of sailor shipmates of ours, and doesn't matter, and millions, tens of millions of prior enlisted of any rank, and I've been watching a couple of groups. I can't really post them here. I don't know how to post pictures of stuff I've been watching, but I watched this Vietnam group too on YouTube, and the stuff the guys went through in Vietnam. And there's also a prior veterans group with pilots and stuff from World War II before they passed on, and it's very humbling. And but you can. The cool thing is that you can relate to what they're saying. You can say, if I was there with you, I would you know, it's a particular experience that veterans know that other folks that are not veterans don't know, that you can compare to experiences with. Even you go back to Pearl Harbor, if you look at a couple of YouTube videos of Pearl Harbor, you can say, fuck, I can only imagine that. You know, you can, I mean, literally on the Missouri, you can say, holy shit, I can only imagine how it was to die on that ship, because we can imagine that. We can do it. As horrific as it was, we've been there to the situation where we can imagine how that happened. And if you were part of that death statistic, and it's just, we were lucky to come out and not and still be here to talk about it. You know, I think that's great. You know, I think as a legacy for our lives, veterans in particular, you know, for whatever reason they joined the Navy, either my parents kicking me out of the house or whatever, I hated the thought of joining in the first place, and I finally relented to my father's insistent demands to join, to sign the papers. It will, in the end, on your tombstone, if you want it, it's gonna be engraved in your tombstone what you were, you know. And I love you guys, and I really appreciate that.
But just think about if you never would have joined, you know, you would never got to meet all the people that you got to meet across or been to the countries that you got to go to. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, hell, I could have went to college, you know, baseball scholarship.
Yeah,
But
you did.
College was not for me at all.
Why? Why?
Because I didn't like school. I hated fucking school.
So did you balance the thoughts about getting to the majors against doing your schoolwork? Did you think about it at that point?
Well, see, my junior year, I had an offer from fucking Arkansas for baseball.
So 3 years of school, you survived, and then you're ready to get ready for the pros.
But you're never guaranteed to go pro. You know,
Right.
you can be in the minor leagues, but you're never guaranteed to make it to the big show. You never are.
My
That's what people
understanding is that minor league shit is rough, man. That minor league,
I mean,
that class A, class AA shit is hard. That is, you got to be dedicated, man. To
like
those buses all night.
Like Cav, when he finally asked me one day, he said, "You never told me about any of this shit." And I said, "No, I didn't." He said, "Why did you do it?" I said, "Well, I wasn't ready for fucking school, you know, because I hated fucking school." I said, "If I would never joined up, I would never got to meet you, Rocky, you know, Little Tate, Joe, anybody." I said, "I would never got to go to Japan, Thailand, Australia, you know, to 27 different countries."
That is a good point.
You know,
That's a
I
very
never
good
would have
point.
got to do that.
You didn't know that was coming, but they do say, you know, join the Navy, it's an adventure. But that being said, for 2025, other than expecting the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl, what are you guys looking forward to? Yeah, fuck you.
Chiefs Super Bowl win.
Fuck the Chiefs.
Fuck the Chiefs.
What's going to be a cool thing to happen in 2025?
Yeah. We fucking start fucking tar and feather all these corrupt fucking politicians. That's what needs to happen.
There you go.
That's what I want to see happen.
Cool.
That definitely needs to happen to them. They need to be put in their place, and
I mean,
like
physically,
I said, they need to have E3 pay.
I'll be
Free pay
physically
TRICARE.
tar and feathered, like back in the good old days.
So is Trump going to hunt everybody down like the Democrats would, or is he just going to let bygones be bygones to be?
I don't think it's going to be Trump.
Let peace and love unite everybody.
I don't think it's going to be Trump doing it. See, the thing is, you got his son,
Who is this
Barrett,
dickhead?
right?
Yes, that
Coming
guy,
up, right?
Yes.
Barrett is going to be the one. I think if he gets into politics, they better watch out for him because he will be the one to get fucking tar and feather those fuckers. Be him. I mean, I could be wrong,
Adam Schiff. I think I should hang that guy.
Yeah,
But it's not going to happen. But anyways,
a lot
what do
of
you
those
say,
guys.
Rocky? What do you say, Rocky?
I don't know. 2025. I'm hoping that my business does good. I'm trying to get back in shape.
So what are you doing right now? Let's promote. Let's talk about your business for a minute.
I'm not going to say the name, but my wife and I we run a taco truck.
Oh,
We
yeah.
make,
Yeah.
we make birria tacos. That's what
Where is your region? Where first of all, where were you born and raised, and where is your region now?
I was born in Long Beach, California. I lived in
Oh.
Wilmington, California for at least 11 years. And then in the
Fair
beginning
enough.
of 1990, I moved to Victorville, California. My family,
That's a long stretch, man. Victorville's long distance.
yeah, and
That's a
then
huge. That's a huge move.
so my whole family down in LA, they were all Mexican.
Yeah.
So like they had the lowriders, they had the cars with the flames on them and everything like that. But my dad wanted to move us out of Wilmington because a lot of the Bloods and the Crips were there. And like I remember one day I went to school and it was Broad Avenue Elementary School, and there was a drive-by shooting, and they were just putting a bag on over someone's head because they just
How old were you then?
probably
12?
like 8 or 9.
Oh my God.
So I saw that stuff, and then so my dad wanted to get us out where the gangs were. So we moved to Victorville, right? And Victorville was very small at the time.
Yeah.
And so I went to junior high school. I finished elementary, I went to junior high, and then I graduated high school, and then I joined the Navy in 1997. And my family was Mexican, so we had Mexican food recipes, right? So my wife learned those things. Yeah, go ahead.
The Navy, so Victorville being chill. I lived in Vallejo for quite a few years, and it was bad. But Victorville, up by there, the Air Force Base. How did you come to that decision to just? Did the recruiter come to the high school?
No, my grandfather on my mom's side, my mother's father, he was in World War II in the Navy.
Right.
And then he got out and then he went back in for the Korean War. And he met my grandma there in Guam, and they had kids, and then they moved to California after that.
That is incredible, man. That is a legacy career. That's fucking incredible, man. Not a default thing, not an or else thing, not a courthouse thing. That is a legacy warfare. That's amazing. I appreciate that, man.
So I joined the Navy, and when I was getting out, my wife was like, my wife loves to make food, right? So she was making food, and one of my sons was eating the tacos. He's like, "Mom, you need to start a food truck." So she called me and asked me, "Hey, can we buy a food truck?" And I was in this school when I was getting ready to retire to become a forklift driver, just to get a qualification, right?
Yeah,
Just something else. And I was like, "Yeah, we can do it," because I was still getting paid money from the Navy, full pay and everything. And then by the time that I didn't get paid any money, our food truck was making enough every 2 weeks to pay bills and everything.
Right.
So we didn't even really need the retirement money. And she asked me to do it, and I was like, yeah, because I had done 24 years in the Navy, and I didn't want to work for anybody. I wanted to work for myself.
Right. Yeah.
So
balls. That's balls. That's the hard thing I never did. So I appreciate that.
So, I mean, we didn't know anything about the food truck business, running a restaurant, or anything. So everything that I've come up with on how to run this thing has been from me being a chief and a first class in the Navy and understanding how supply works for the Navy and applying what I know from the military and making it like that. So
hopefully it works. Yeah.
So, I always joke around, and I got one of the girls that works for me. She's very mechanical, so I call her the Chang, and I gave her one of my GSM little rating badge things. It's the Chang. And my wife's the XO, and I'm the captain.
That's right. That's right. I hear that, man.
So
I call my wife the admiral, and I'm the captain. But yeah, that's great. So once you solidify that business, then you can. What's the word for it when you offer other people opportunities to buy into that company. You know,
Solicitation.
yeah.
So we back in 2023, we started making a birria potato. If you see it on Facebook, she did this post where we make a birria and we bake potato and we put it's like steakhouse meets Mexico, right? And oh man, it's so good.
Where's that available at? Where are you at now? Where is it available?
We're in North Carolina.
You fuckers. Fuck you.
You got to come out there. And
yeah, I'll fly over.
So we did that and it went viral. It has like over 1 million views on Facebook now.
Holy shit. Congratulations. That's great.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean,
yeah, no, so we got the whole North Carolina under control. Are you going to expand to franchise? That's the word I was looking for earlier. It's franchise.
We're looking at that, but right now, like my wife and I, we are selling our birria sauce. The sauce we make to make the quesadilla tacos, the mix that we make.
And is it going out?
Yeah, people are buying it. People are buying it, and then they're trying it at home, and they're giving us feedback because they'll ask my wife for advice, and she'll give them advice, and then they cook it, and they say it tastes really good.
This is so fucking cool.
So, I mean, what I want to do...
Every time I go to Costco, every time I go to Walmart, I see the dollar sauce thing, you know, and I don't know if you could get into that or get on the shelf. I mean, I guess the promotion is difficult, but the
what
folks
we're doing right now,
the folks that know the sauce things they need, particularly in Southern California, 5 miles from the border, they know, you know. And if you guys know, then they know. Then and it's in a package, they're going to buy it, you know.
Well, what's crazy is a lot of the family in Alderete in New Mexico is my family. They're the ones that grow the chilies out there. Where you have the divide between New Mexico and East and New Mexico and West, the Mexican food, we taste more like the West Coast, and we're not Tex-Mex. So we're more like LA and all those places.
Gangsters on both coasts.
That's a killer flavor too.
So you need both flavors.
Well, we do more California style, Mexico style stuff.
Sweet.
And so we sell the sauce and people are buying it, trying it out, and they're giving us positive feedback.
You gotta put all the links on here. Man. We need that shit.
Well, we're getting a website. We're getting a website together, and we're working with the Department of Agriculture so I can sell it in all the grocery stores.
Yeah,
Joe, I just sent you a link through Messenger for that, look at his page.
Yeah,
on Facebook.
And so we're working on that, and like we have our own queso, which is if you like queso cheese, man, I always say it's our secret Krabby Patty formula.
I am so fucking excited about your shit. That's amazing. I am glad I asked you the question, and that shit is exciting, and I'll push that shit out. As soon as I figure out how to get to all your stuff, you need to get on a, you know, I mean, you might not want to be all internet stuff, but you want to get your feedback enough to pay your mortgage and stuff like that, just do it. But I'm excited about that. That's really cool. And I would really, you know, what would be really cool is like purchasing your stuff in a store and putting it on my table. That would be really cool.
That is the goal. We're working with the Department of Agriculture for that right now. And I think we're at the acidity level that it's supposed to be. So once we get it tested, we can do that. And then it's just planning distribution, like selling through Amazon, selling through grocery stores and all of that stuff.
Is there a lot of bullshit paperwork?
Yeah. And you got to get lawyers involved.
I'm sorry. I should my question is there a lot of paperwork? Not bullshit paperwork.
Yeah, there is a lot of paperwork, and of course you want to get lawyers involved for copyright and all that stuff, and trademark and everything like that.
Yes, I love you, man.
So I mean, I've been thinking about this stuff for 3 years since we started.
This is so fucking awesome. This is so awesome. I'm glad we brought this up because man, we are all behind you. Absolutely. I tell you what, whenever you want to,
I'll be coming to see you, man.
Oh, dude, please come. You'll enjoy the food, man.
It's a short drive for me from Virginia.
And so we're doing that. And then once I get all that stuff sold in stores, I can do it. And I was thinking like even crazy stuff like we have our seal, right? and we can put our seal on like shoes. You know how people like to put things on shoes? You
Yeah.
could get a pair of Converse All-Stars and put the seal there, and they
Right.
would look cool. And then they would be the color of our truck and our seals. Like the color of our truck is like blue and purple and white and all these other colors. But then our seal, our original seal is red, black, gray, and orange. So you can go like you can get hats that like this with our seal on it and everything. And we're working on that too and getting
So
sweatshirts and
sweet.
shirts
That's
and all.
so sweet, man.
Got some merch. Got some merch. Let's go.
Merch.
Let's go. Do it.
But yeah, I mean, there
Rocky,
I'm
you're a
proud of
smart
what we do.
motherfucker. That's all I have to say about that. I'll be back.
I'm proud of what we do because it's good, honest work, and we're not cheating anybody. And I can go home at the end of the day and be proud, like, hey, we did some good stuff.
Yeah, and you're filling a void there in North Carolina. Because how many North Carolinians have tasted good tacos?
Dude, we've had I think we've had quite a following, which is amazing. And we've had people come from other states. Like they come from Florida, they'll come from Tennessee, they'll come from Ohio, Pennsylvania, Chicago, New York. People from California have come. I guess it's all just word of mouth though. But it's really cool.
I wish I could have.
Shit.
I wish I could eat your fucking tacos.
I do too,
Because-
man. I think you'd like them a lot.
But would have that alpha gal, I can't have it.
I know.
But that's why I make my shit the way I make it.
So
Okay.
yeah,
I might not be able to have the original version, but you know what? I get somewhere close to it.
yeah. Well, once my wife talks to those people, I'll get you like a vegetarian one that will work
Yeah.
well with your stuff,
Well,
and then
yeah.
you can try it.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see how it is because then you can even diversify even more.
Yeah.
You know?
And see, and I can send you the link where I get to eat my ostrich yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can even try it too. Once your wife, gets down everything down, sends it to me, and I try it out, right?
Yeah.
And then you guys, okay, you might be able to put it on the menu too.
You guys should get a goddamn company together, you and Gilly, and start putting your God damn it, look into that.
We can't.
Well, when it comes to tacos, he's the man.
Well, my wife is an amazing cook. I'll tell you that. Like, she's amazing at that stuff, and she's very, very artistic. She's good. Because we worked on this recipe and tried different things and all that, and we still think we have a pretty good product. And I won't let anything get served unless I taste it myself and I like it. So we do fish tacos every once in a while, and those fish tacos, man. My goodness, man.
I'm down. I'm down. I will fly over there to get your fish tacos.
And I've
But
seen your fucking
I've gotta
ramen.
throw
too.
this
Pictures
out
of your
there.
ramen. Oh my god, that looks amazing.
I'm going to throw this out there in the middle of the endorsements that if you have a shitty marriage or you have challenges that you just can't overcome, it's not a good thing. So if you have a positive relationship with your spouse and you're moving forward, that is every man's dream. Every man. So we got the male content here. And if things are not going well, a man needs to decide how deeply he will support continuing his financial obligations and stuff like that in the midst of a undermined ship that's sinking. And I just hope you guys, Rocky, particularly with your business, and Knucklehead, your great recipes online, and I just wish you guys have the best 2025. I do, because mine's going to be a struggle. I can tell you that right now. It's going to be a watershed. I need to get off my ass and either do the things I know I need to do with my spouse or not. But I can tell you this much: 2026 is going to be different from this New Year's Eve, and I hope to be here with you guys through this entire year up to this next 2025
Yeah.
New Year's Eve thing.
We hope you'll be here too, and you can talk
Better get
anytime. We can talk at any time. Like I can make time to talk to anybody. because
But I think this public this podcast is terrific. I really do think that it's good. So
But
folks that sign on and check it out or comment and want to join in, maybe can make a connection with some of us on our situations and comment and connect to any of us, because we have a pretty good wild cast here. You know, there's four folks, and then and of course Gilly's got other folks lined up in the future of the Fifer'S, and I'm excited about meeting up with those guys. Maybe we can get up with Huber. So Captain Huber, right? So when I left the ship, I was the PFA, the ship's fitness program coordinator, and I had to do with Captain Huber and the XO and their push-ups, and push-ups were sketchy. But I'm gonna tell you one thing: if you guys worked under Captain Huber, were you here for Captain Huber?
Yep.
That motherfucker was an Olympic silver medalist guy in the pool. That guy was the most amazing swimmer, like mind-boggling. So I would never question his ability to do some push-ups.
I remember
because I had to do my fucking job too. So, you know, if I didn't like his push-ups, yeah, Steve Huber, I don't like your push-ups, so I'm not gonna fuck with him. But that dude in the pool, he was, I'm just telling you, if you guys ever question Captain Huber's fat ass, that dude in the pool was mind-boggling. He was twice as fast as anybody. He was three times, he was Olympic level. He was literally Olympic level qualifier for a pool.
Well,
so that's my take back
against Little Tate any day in the pool. I put him against Little Tate. Because Little Tate, he was a swimmer.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. Well, and the funny thing is, what, you know, back in the day off the five, remember when we did the swim call out in the Pacific? You know, they allowed us to jump in the middle of the Pacific and go swim. Guess what? If you drown, you drown. And then you got to climb your ass back up on the cargo net to get back on.
I never did that. I never did that when
I did finally do it one time. At the trench. And it was like that. We were throwing footballs around. I said, I'm not so ballless that I can do this one time. I've skated out of this like 5 times already. Let's go. And I got in there, and man, I was scared to fuck. Scared as fuck. Some giant sea monster was gonna just fucking come up and I looked under the ship. I saw the screws. We threw some football around back and forth, trying to be all macho. You were probably there. Who the fuck was in the water and sending the football to? One of you bastards. Probably was you, man. Were you in the water, Jason? Come on.
No, man. I was not. I never jumped in the fucking water because I did not like deep water.
So,
and of course, I joined the fucking Navy.
7 fucking miles deep, straight down. And I said, stop being a pussy. So, but the thing was the football, we threw the football back and forth from like 50 feet away a couple times. But I'm telling you what, man, going up that net, that shit just kicked my ass. And I thought I was in shape. I was like, how are these girls doing this shit? Because it was like Braswell, and they're just crawling right up there, man. You had to leave your little flip-flops on the deck, because if you didn't, you'd burn the fuck out of your feet because it was hot. But I mean, all these girls were jumping they were just climbing right up there. And I was like, come on, man, get your shit together.
Remember, like Gunner's Banks with the M14s weren't there to shoot the sharks.
Yes.
They were there to shoot your ass out.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. And that's such a bad thing to think about. You know why I didn't want to go there? I did a Steel Beach once where I jumped in the water, but I jumped in and I swam back out because I saw Jaws a lot when I was growing up.
Fuck that.
I just did not like deep water at all.
Hey, bless that girl.
If I can't see the bottom, I'm not swimming in the motherfucker. Period.
Bless that girl from Jaws. She passed away last year. I can't remember her name, but She was like 71 and passed away. But that was the first TNA a lot of us ever saw. You know, me
Oh,
being a born, yeah.
And
Poor guy.
like, and Jill, like you were saying, you could, throw on some goggles and see the actual bottom of the ship,
Oh, that
the
was so
propellers
fucked
and
up.
everything from
Absolutely fucking scary as fuck because you could still see some 100-foot long sea monster megalodon coming up there with his fucking jaws open. Dude. Look, my hair is standing on the end right now thinking about it. That was
Here comes the Kraken. Here comes the Kraken.
You're either stupid or you just want to do it one time to say you did it. But I mean, I just did it one time to say I did it. Fuck, that was insane. At the ditch. And one of you motherfuckers, Gilly, you posted some fucking, I saw you put up the ditch, whatever, the fucking golden sea bag shit.
No, that was.
What do you guys have that shit up here?
You
Golden
talk about
sea
the
bag,
certificate?
golden, whatever the fuck. Is that
Golden
that?
Shellback?
Yeah.
Order the ditch? No,
Right.
Rocky was showed us his Order the
that's
ditch.
what it is.
Suez.
Rocky.
Bar in Suez.
Well, if your name is Rocky, then you have big balls anyways. So that's kind of how that goes, Rocky.
Yo, Rocky,
Who would
where's
see him
Adrian
named
at?
Rocky and not have big balls? I don't fucking know. Rocky, you got big balls. That's the way it goes. Spilling my vodka on the table here. That's bad.
Don't spill it this time.
Where is Rocky, by the way?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Head call.
I'm watching. I'm listening.
Head call for Rocky.
I might
Rocky.
have to do that soon. Yeah.
Your shit is so organized. Hey, reach over your right shoulder and tell me what all that black videos in a row are. Those
are books.
I get that, but that's a particular.
Oh, the black books right there. Those are the chronology ones.
It's
history, science, or fiction.
Oh, I love it.
So it's about this. There's this guy, a Russian mathematician, who was looking at like eclipses and everything.
Right.
And he thinks that somewhere along the time, that they added an extra 300 years to our timeline, and that some of the stuff in the Middle Ages and all that stuff didn't happen. So I bought the books. I haven't read them yet because they're
ones there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then right next to that, I have I have Birthright by Timothy Alberino, Earth's Earliest Ages, Claudio Nocello, or somebody like that. He writes about like different, like the dome or something like that. I thought the books were interesting. And then a lot of these other books are just crazy books, like by David Flynn. And that book's on. It's about Bible stuff. It's really cool. Like all these books.
Do you want me to order you another bottle?
No, I'm good.
We're listening, Rocky. Go ahead.
So all these books, like down like to my where the American flag is to the left. Those 3 books that are maroon. Those are the.
What, you want me to say goodnight?
It's called the something. What is it called? It's called the Quran Dilemma.
Your finger's covering the camera, Joe.
Is it?
Good night.
Hi.
Thanks for keeping him company.
Yeah.
My stepdaughter's cruising out for the for whatever she gets herself into. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
So a couple of those books I took off my bookcase because that's just a picture. But I got books like this, like.
Oh, that's a good one too.
And then I got the sequel too.
Yep.
Came out. They're really interesting books. And then I showed you the other day that one book I got. Where's it at?
Stop ordering Amazon, Rocky.
Today.
Oh wait, there it is.
Today.
I'm
opening up the package now.
So yeah, I stay busy reading a lot. I like to educate myself.
All right, hey, give me 1 second. I'm gonna throw up one from the 80s. Check it out. Can you? Oh wait.
Scary stories.
Tell the dark. We got it right.
Cool.
From the 80s, man. Look it up. This thing is great.
And on the other side, I have books over on this side. No, that side. Right back back there. I have these two books called Tales from the Grid Square, right? And this is a guy that's on Instagram, and he gets all these reports of supernatural sightings and cryptid sightings from the military. And he has it on Instagram, but the books have even more in-depth stories. So, like,
I hope the next version comes out with this 2024 surgence of excitement about UFOs, like we talked about the other day in volume 2 of this podcast. The crazy amount of, hey, by the way, shit that happened in over 2024, talking about previous engagements of UFOs, principally full of our ability to detect them. So our pilots, our radars, our spy radars, our Spruance class and Arleigh Burke class ships picking up fucking UFOs right and left and suppressing it. And now it's coming out. And particularly last year was exciting. I mean, this past year, exciting about how the folks are talking about it now. So
yeah, it just means there's some kind of disclosure. I mean, it's been a soft disclosure. You know, the thing that blew my mind about the disclosure of UFOs, they were talking about it in 2019. Remember? And then it completely disappeared after the Epstein stuff.
2019.
Yeah. I was on deployment and they were talking about UFOs and everything. We were seeing it on the news, and then all of a sudden everything just got cut off, and it was about Jeffrey Epstein getting killed or killing himself or whatever, right? And it's been like they didn't care about that. They just cared about Epstein, and then they cared about whatever else.
Sorry.
But speaking of UFOs, right?
Yeah.
We all heard the theory about, you see how fucking, they always say that UFOs go into the water, right? And never come back up. The theory is there's a hollow earth.
Everybody looked at me like I was.
I have a book on that.
And that's where they're going. Because the theory is there's an ancient civilization that's more advanced than ours in the earth.
Have you ever heard of Rear Admiral Byrd?
Over in Antarctica, yes.
Yeah.
Because there's a no-fly zone over that great big old hole.
Like it's rolling weed, and I'm like, no, he's not rolling weed.
Yeah, like I have a book on that. It's called Science Fiction or something like that. Stranger Than Fiction. And it's a really good book too. I could go upstairs and grab it for you real quick. I'll show you the title.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be right back. It's a cool book. You got to check it out. I got to show you.
Because in Antarctica, they say, hey, every country has a deal to where they don't dig in Antarctica at all. And
Gilly, use your words. Use your words.
I had fucking phlegm in my fucking throat. I got fucking drainage, goddammit. But there's like that big old hole in Antarctica, like he was talking about, like Byrd found. And no aircraft are allowed to fly over. What aircraft did, they couldn't find these fucking scientists, and they found them, and they flew back through it because that was
the Antarctica crash. Yeah, the ship they found under the ice was just enormous. It was like a quarter mile across, but I don't know about that. I don't know about that story.
But there's a lot of shit out there on the hollow earth stuff. So.
I'm a skeptic. I've been a skeptic since the 60s. I was a little kid then, so.
That's because that was during the Vietnam War.
Roswell, why Roswell? Why Roswell? Because we're testing all our secret shit over Roswell. All our crazy Roswell. All our fucking crazy.
Before Roswell fucking became big, right?
I'm not gonna undermine it. I'm just saying that.
Like in the Midwest, right? There was a fucking UFO crash in New Madrid, Missouri, down south of the Boot Hill. Well, that was taken to fucking Patterson Air Force Base. Was that Indiana, right?
No, it's Ohio. It's right out of
Ohio, okay. But it was taken there to be studied, not fucking Roswell. So there's Fort Patterson Air Force Base was Area 51 before Area 51.
I mean, if we're going to sit here and talk about what is being used or tested in the wars, you talk Vietnam, Korea, and then you go Afghanistan, Iraqi freedom, and then you go into what's being used today in Ukraine. All of our technology has always been tested in any war zone. That's everybody around the world. Russia's testing their hypersonics. We're testing ATACs. Everybody's testing their shit out.
Well, look what Germany did with their rockets and all that in World War II. You know, they got that technology from the fucking aliens.
Well, I know that. What I'm saying is that after that, everybody has tested munitions, right? French, English, everybody has tested munitions in every conflict since World War II.
I think the thing that's going to find these dudes coming in to visit us is going to be this growing network of the radars or mathematic science folks detecting the inbound meteors. So we have, and that inbound meteor system is getting to detect smaller and smaller objects. So I think when I love this show when I was a kid. So I'm 61. When I was a kid, we had this cool show called UFO. Super modern cars, super sexy girls, all that stuff from this theater in England that came out with the Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet and all this other stuff. I love those shows, and they were very futuristic. So we had Skynet, we had ships around the moon that were ready to launch interceptors, all the other stuff. So if we see these guys coming, we're actually building those networks to understand the math and science and detection, literally the radar detection of inbound whatever, rocks, chunks, pieces, whatever you want to call them. And it's shocking because sometimes it's like 2 days notice. Sometimes it's like 12 hours notice to get something that's significant, So hopefully that grows and we don't fucking die because that grew at a slower rate than the actual giant rock that's going to come in and dinosaur all of us. Remember that dinosaur impact in Chico, whatever they call it, 64 million years ago. We don't need that. So
well, it's not really the fact that the meteor took out the dinosaurs, right? It's the fact that Anunnaki, their whole planet, right, came too close to Earth to destroy the Earth.
Which one?
I'm so blank.
The Anunnaki. The reason why the Anunnaki came here was for gold and slave labor.
There's a comic book on that, right? You know what comic book that is?
Cowboys and Aliens.
Cowboys and Aliens had the Anunnaki there. That was what they were there for in that movie. It was based off a comic book, Cowboy and Alien movie. They were still in.
If you look at all the ancient texts, right, and this is in the book of fucking Enoch.
Why the fuck? Why the fuck are we on this on New Year's? This is like a fucking 4-hour conversation of Anunnaki.
Hey,
how many years are left in this year?
Hey, we got into it with fucking UFO, so come on.
It's an interesting topic because they are happening more and more and more and more and more.
Oh no, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying tonight. Why the fuck are we on this?
We should be out dancing and fucking getting hammered and getting on chicks and
holy
wine dancing.
Dude, I thought we were gonna talk about New Year's and shit and parties and get the fuck off this shit, man.
Okay, where do you want to go?
All right. We're gonna close out the aliens. We're gonna save the aliens for a different buckets.
Where do you want to go? I'm good. Where do you want to go?
I want to go down to the deepest part of the ocean.
This fucking Marianas Trench.
All right, man. Did you ever see the video the video of that guy that went down there and he said there was water that was more solid and they couldn't go down it?
Yeah.
And then he was mysteriously murdered after that?
Exactly. It's like the water powered car too.
Yeah, and it's so weird. Like they found that thing that they found actually has a reference in the Bible. It's kind of weird. It's in like the Psalms or the Proverbs, and then I don't know, man. It's so weird.
It's a
Well,
rock. It's 7 miles down. There's
Yeah.
there's some videos about these weird creatures that can survive in this thing but if you think about it, man, if you go down like 1 kilometer, the atmospheric pressure is like astronomical. I mean, these deep divers, that whole sport about the whole like breath holding thing, no one of those fuckers die. It's just stupid. Don't even do it.
no, no,
Earth-
all of that goes to prove that we don't know shit about the ocean. We've sailed it and we've seen weird shit the entire time, and we have no fucking.
We've had a few good
what
looks.
it's there.
We've had a few good looks down there. We've been the bottom of the Marias Trench, and wasn't too exciting. And but if you think about it, they just got to build the engineering, titanium, aluminum, steel, whatever, to just not blow up when it gets down there. And the cameras still work, and I think that's cool. But
I agree with you, Joe, but I think the most beautiful thing ever is the photoluminescence that comes from the krill
I agree with you.
when you're churning up, when you're going through the ocean, and you see that purple glow or blue.
Here's the sea
glow.
story. Okay, sea story opportunity here. Right?
Oh shit! Oh
Here we
shit!
go. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Here we go.
Let's hear
Sea
it.
story opportunity, short and sweet. I was driving the USS Princeton CG 659 in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. I don't know where the fuck we were. We were off of Malaysia, between Malaysia and Guam, driving the ship along, and I see this thing on the horizon. So I got I did a good job. I was a good officer deck. I got the deck, and I'm driving the ship, and I see this weird light in front of us. And I'm watching the maps because this CO was a dickhead about, if you see this light at this point in time, you need to report it to me. And he did just so correctly that in the standing orders, you just had to say, at this point, you're expected to see this light, and you will recall me up on the phone and say, Captain, good evening, blah, 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 Joe DeRocher, I'm the officer deck, and I want to tell you starboard's a 9-degree starboard, blah, 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 blah. At this point, we see the sea light for this country, whatever the fuck the case was. So we're driving along, and we see this big light, and I'm driving. A couple hours go by, and it's just like Disneyland. There's just a huge area, like literally like a mile across of light, green light. And I'm driving the ship, and I call the captain, and he goes, "Yeah, what's your reading? Where are you? What's the depths? Blah 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 blah." He comes, and he's got to get out of bed, and he comes up to the bridge. He looks out the port side. He goes, "Holy shit!" He goes, "Can you imagine that?" And it was a photoluminescence of some random shit but it was like literally half a mile wide and a mile long, green luminescent ocean. And we just drove right through it because we knew on the charts that it was 15,000 feet deep. And it was just astonishing, man. Absolutely astonishing. That's how I was scared to fuck if we're gonna run over something, but he's like, "Yeah, carry on." And he went back to his rack, and that was the end of my watch. It was. I've had some amazing watches, man. I'll tell you this: while we're on the subject of watches, if you motherfuckers have never seen the Milky Way, especially for engineers, you guys miss out on so much crazy shit. But if you're a deck stander, if you're a deck watchstander, you're a bridge watchstander, and you get a chance to walk out on the bridge wing between like Guam and Hawaii, absolute ultimate pitch darkness. and look over your head, you will see literally overcast. And it's not an overcast of clouds. It's an overcast of stars. This whole sky is gray. And the more you stare at it, is just stars, and you can see the Milky Way. It's just astonishing. So some of those amazing things that happened to me in the Navy, it's just you cannot. I'll tell you another. Here's the third story. One more story. Last story.
What?
Persian Gulf.
One.
Persian Gulf. Persian Gulf. The finest of all desert air. Finest of all desert dust. Okay. You're in the Persian Gulf, and I'm not a dummy. I know astronomy, and I'm standing on the bridge watch on the ship, and I have my binoculars, and I look straight at the sun while it's setting, and I can see sunspots on the sun through this perfect dust where you can look right at the sun, and you can go down to your stateroom and verify that you just looked at some. You literally, through your binoculars on the bridge, can look at sunspots. And I have done that. The Navy's been amazing. I'm telling you guys. So sorry to get you 15 times away from what you were talking about. Sorry, but I had to share that because I'm drunk. So there you go.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Thanks.
No, we just got to cut you off so we can get the rest of the stories out.
I need a cigar, I guess. I don't know.
My bad. Go ahead, what do you got?
I didn't feed my dogs, but they're settling down now.
Go feed them. If you got to feed them, go feed them.
Yeah.
They're just settling down. I'll get to it. It's all good.
We ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, we're not.
All right, Matt.
But yeah, maybe.
Did you ever have to do?
It's on Rocky, man. Rocky's got his story.
About what? What do we want to hear a story about?
We were talking about the photoluminescence on the ocean.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember when we were going to Australia. Remember that, Gilly? The photoluminescence?
Not really.
I do. Like, I would go out there and I'd look at night and photoluminescence all over the place. Especially where the ship was going, there was a little path, the rooster tail kind of stuff.
Exactly.
You would see
the rooster tail,
all over the place.
Because the ship's gonna stir it up.
And then you would look out at the sky and you would see the Milky Way, and like you saw a lot of stars. Like that part of the world, you'd see a lot of stars. The only other part of the world that I could see that many stars was in Newberry Springs in California and Victorville.
Rocky, did you smoke cigarettes?
A little bit. Only to take breaks.
So that's where we all finished our watches. Back on the fantail, watching this the luminescence and looking at the stars and having one last butt before we go crash out, But I hear you. I totally hear you, man.
See, I remember the stars, but I don't remember the fucking, illumination shit. I don't remember that part.
Because you're on watch, you fuckers, and never left your main space.
I didn't have to. I mean, I did smoke, but I chewed more than I smoked, so.
What is but listen, Gilly, what is the fucking life for an engineer? What is the life of an engineer? Chow, watch, main space, rack, right?
And weight room.
Oh yeah, for your fucking savage ass, yeah.
And then repair lockers for GQ.
Fuck that. Well, how often they have to do that, Once a month?
That's why the snipes were the fucking, whitest people on the fucking boat, because we don't get sunlight.
Guys, yeah, exactly. And we encourage you to.
You might be the whitest motherfucker on the engine room. Some of us wouldn't got sunlight.
My time was fucking watch, fucking eating, fucking sleeping, weight room. That was it.
That's absolutely true. That's what I'm saying. And besides that, you had absolutely be on watch for any sea detail or any fucking unrep or any fucking evolution or to maneuver or any fucking entering port, leaving port, blah blah blah. You guys were all awake for all that stuff. You know, there was no rotation. You might have a rotation for 3 days. In the world, that's perfect. But when you guys entered port, you guys were like, "Let's go party!" Boom, 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 boom. Go.
Oh, RMD, restricted maneuvering doctrine and everything, right? Yeah. I don't miss that.
I love to go into port.
It was
but
nice
we-
being on the carrier and not having to deal with any of that stuff.
No. On the carrier, it never ended because you had, as a senior chief with a master chief as your LCPO, there was always some dumbass chief who just got selected that didn't know he needed to take care of his guys before he left the ship, especially the Filipino guys. The Filipino guys.
Oh, hold
I
on,
shouldn't
hold
say
on.
this,
I
but those
got
motherfuckers
a
were like
really good
mafia.
story.
Mafia first classes, and I said, "Motherfucker, you're a chief, not a mafia first class. You need to know this, you need to do that, take care of your guys, do this and that, reporting." Fucking, I had the biggest problems with some of the guys that I literally told the chief's mess they should select for chief. The guy made chief was the biggest fucking pain in the ass because he did not become a chief. I can't tell you that.
All right, hold on. I got a really good story about RMD. So I came in super hungover running the pack for RMD. They lost VMS. So the bridge could not take the ship out of port. So they had to send everything down. This is on a DDG to us.
Yeah.
So I had to drive a ship out of port drunk. So if you would have had to breathalyze me, I probably would have been at a 0.15, maybe.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we drove it out of the port like
That's a sailor.
by the
That's
actual
a sailor.
pedals. We couldn't see shit. Like, tell me what speed I need, what rudder I need. Completely fucking drunk. So engineers can sail without seeing shit.
That's what we
That
always
is
fucking
amazing.
did.
Amazing.
Every one of us from the five, all the five to other ships, majority of us was fucking drunk, still drunk from the night before or hungover when we left fucking port. Every fucking time.
No, but I drove out there. I told the EL, which was Kyle Burrison, like, hey, I'm fucked up. Get me coffee right now. We got to drive out of Chesapeake Bay the entire way. That was like a 2-hour fucking transit.
Yeah.
Why?
I
That's
mean-
one of the ships. That's why the ship's captain should disperse his whiskey and alcohol stuff that he has in his thing to the crew at particular times. You know.
I mean, I remember the first time we got on the way in Japan, we was all fucking hungover, still drunk, and even EL, she Turbo was the fucking EL. His motherfucker was still drunk.
Yeah, Turmo. Yeah, I love, bless Chimo's heart. But you guys were the guys that caused the Navy to shift the change to being sober when you're supposed to do that stuff.
Because
you literally were the fucking guys.
Well, I know, like at C school, with C school, my fucking class, as soon as we got out of C school at 1 o'clock, 1300, right? Every day. We would all go to the goddamn fucking bowling alley in our utilities and fucking start drinking and bowling.
Right.
Well, until we got into it with the master chief, you can't do that. I said, we're out of school, motherfucker. What are you gonna do? We're out of school today. We're only 21.
Was that Master Chief Beloy? Whatever the fuck his name was, anyways, right? So he knew. Beloy knew.
Get back on here.
Beloy knew that you guys would recover after X amount of hours underway, and but like for Turmo, Sermo had a particular thing where his back was really bad, and he needed whatever he needed to prevent having a pain reaction to his bad back while you're at CT Shield. So, but I don't think Steve Sermo was a drunk. I don't. He had a really good relationship. Japanese wife. He was a 7th Fleet guy with a Japanese wife, and I think he really meant well. But I'll tell you what,
if he was, what does it matter? Especially in our, field. I mean, come on now.
But let me get back to my story until I had to go.
No, you lost your fucking spot.
Back in the middle here. So
no.
Turbo or getting the ship.
No, the
underway,
C school shit. C school shit.
Turbo or getting the ship underway.
After we had that dealing with the fucking Master Chief at C school.
Turbo or getting the ship underway.
C school, Chicago.
You guys are cracking me up.
Turbo or getting the ship underway nicely from 7th Fleet.
No, but
yeah.
But Chicago changed right after that. They changed their fucking policy to where if you was in C school, you could not go drinking in your utilities no more. You had to be in civilian clothes. Because my class ruined that because we was drinking, have a good old time.
Well, is it good or bad? Is it good or bad? Is it good or bad? What's your opinion? Now that you're a grown up. Now that you're a grown up. What is your opinion?
My opinion on what?
Is it right or wrong?
What, the drinking?
Yeah.
We're waiting on your story.
I just finished it.
That was it? Holy shit.
My class changed the fucking rules of Chicago because we was fucking drinking when everyone else was still in class.
Camp. What year was that?
C school. C school, Joe.
Chicago boot camp, motherfucker.
Not boot camp. C school. I never had it at A school. I went to C school.
Fuck that.
God damn it.
You went to Chicago. You went to boot camp in Chicago.
I went to Chicago and I found a hooker. Hey,
fuck that. That's what fucked you up.
This was not boot camp. I was not 21 at boot camp.
Where'd you go to boot camp? Chicago, Gilly, right? Chicago.
This was it. God damn it! If I was there, I'd slap shit out of you right now.
Where'd you go to boot camp? Hey, let's go back up here. Where did you go to boot camp?
Chicago.
Okay. All right, that explains everything.
Because fucking San Diego was closed down.
Yes.
When I went.
No,
if I would have went in 96,
we know that. That's fine.
Then I would have went to San Diego.
No, dude, we all know that, and that explains who the fuck you are.
I was talking about C school in 2001 when I went back to Chicago for C school.
Okay, here's my thing. I was a geezer, right? I was fucking in the Navy in 1000 BC. But one of the last things I got a chance to do was to join a senior enlisted academy. And when I went to the senior enlisted academy, the last time they did any expensive shit was they flew us to Chicago to watch a boot camp graduation. So we went to go sleep overnight in the boot camp berthing, which is the whole long-term thing. Wake up in the morning and walk through the whole dressing with an academy. I really hated it, man. It was great weather, and they still had these fucking fags do their whole blah blah blah, marching, walking, blah blah blah, in the middle of some fucking hangar bay somewhere, because they had to do it when it was bad weather, and I was really sad about that. But yeah, so that's where the name's at. Florida was shut down. San Diego was shut down, and they had all these guys and girls going through Chicago. It sucks. It did suck. Even the ceremony, the graduation, was gimpy because nobody else knew better, So that's all I have to say about that.
Joe, why are you being a Debbie Downer on this shit? Let's go. Let's have some goddamn fun. Fuck off.
Yeah, sorry, man. That's the way it was, you know. You got to fly the flags and march in formation. Look, listen to me. Hey, listen to me. I'll tell you why I was a Deputy Downer. Because I was a drummer in the high school band, and my recruiter said, when you get to boot camp, tell them you know how to march and you know how to play an instrument. And they separated us, right? So I wind up into this marching band kind of company, R30, that had to do all the bullshit. But when it came time to separate into food service bullshit, mess cranking, and just marching your fucking ass out, we marched. So I played the tritoms. I was a leader in the drum section. So it was super difficult, but we marched over and over and over through this path that would lead us to the graduation day for the boot camp, and not knowing that that's what we had to do. But the day we had the formation for the actual graduation to get out of boot camp, we had to come in there, the tritoms and the marching therapy and all this other stuff, and stop on one end and just literally stand there in the sun with our drums for like fucking forever and just roasting. And then we were allowed to perform like the national anthem and cross to the other side. You know, I go to the site often to this day. It's amazing. And at that point, we finished our job. We came out there, played our drums. The graduation team, you know, all these fuckers that finished boot camp just stood there and standing around. But we fucking were under duress. I'm telling you, that shit was heavy, especially the tritoms. So we got out of there. I can add a million times more stories to this, but we did march out and march the mile line back to the boot camp, and you know, I did a bunch of stuff in high school for the parades and stuff like that in my hometown. But it was the hardest thing I ever did in my life to this day, ever. It was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. And looking back at it, when you go back to San Diego, having been taken over by the city and turning that whole area, those grinders into a field of glory where dogs are running free and people are having a great time and stuff like that. It's just pride. You know, you can't say they didn't do it right. They did it right. But nobody knows that underneath that soft grass was a million fucking recruits pounded to the ground on the grinder. You know, I have grinder stories, and it's not place here right now that you know. But I'm telling you, this if you guys lived in San Diego, we could walk for days and hours and talk about Navy, just the Navy alone. You know, it's just fantabulous. It's great, and I appreciate you guys having me on board here. But yeah, I go over there quite often. Now they're building another terminal at the airport, which is right across the bay. So there's a little bay that comes in there that goes to the Marine Depot, where Marine motherfuckers still go through boot camp, right? And a lot of expensive people, a lot of hotshot people have a lot of yachts, but they're all military people. And it's just San Diego. You guys have been here or not been here. It's just, and look around at what we've done, what our legacy is here. It's I invite you. If you have not been here, I invite you. and followed my description of recruit training command, naval training command. Look, I got a boot camp, and I went right to training command. I went to whatever that thing is called, electronics, training, whatever, to qualify for being a data systems tech. And I still can drive around here because I'm still here, and I appreciate all that. It's really cool.
Hey,
It's really
Joe,
cool.
how did you become an FC?
Well,
In
yeah,
data
I was a data systems tech, and Bupers decided to get rid of the data systems tech, right? So they said, hey, here's the thing: if you do a local area network job, you're a fucking local area network job, or you're a firefighter, you're a fucking killer, you're a fucking fire control guy. That's how we're going to decide what you're going to do in the future. So I had no idea. I did not want to resist. I got it. So I did not resist becoming an FC, fire control. What I did resist later on was to not be an FC that was now designated as Naval Tactical Data Systems, which was later upgraded to Combat Data Systems. So, because that was what I did, that was my job. So, it was guys that jumped on board the whole thing and exploited it, and there was guys that resisted it. And I knew a couple Master Chiefs that retired and resisted the thing. The point of Bupers that they will not be retired as an FCCM. They will be retired as an DSCM. So yeah, it was pretty neat. But I wasn't a big dick about that. And the important thing was that when I got to the Fife, in particular Fife, was that I had a mentored guy. I liked the name Stan Primer. Stan Primer. I don't know if you guys remember that guy. GSM. And he's like, well, if you want to really make a mark on this ship, you should come up and stand Combat Systems Watch Officer with me. So I said, yeah, I'll stand. Okay, I'll check it out. And then I started standing Combat Systems Watch Officer. So the Combat Systems Watch Officer was the guy that was doing the surface warfare and air warfare shit for the people that were trying to do the sub warfare shit. And those guys were literally physically behind my back doing the submarine thing on this big screen. They had the big blast, I don't even know what you call it, but the people that, obviously at the sub, like I said, we were sub hunters. And those guys had a big screen, a black screen behind me. But in the meantime, my job was to keep us from getting killed while we were trying to do that shit. So
were you like ever the TAO or anything like that?
Yeah, no, it's a little bit different from that. But my department head was an asshole. And that was we talked about him the other day. He was Faulkner. He was an asshole. I hated that guy. I can't remember his name.
Also the old DCA, the old DCA on the file.
Murphy. His name was Murphy.
See, Stewart became the combat
Lieutenant Murphy. That fucking asshole. I hated him.
Also, Stewart became the fucking
Murphy
department head of combat systems too. After he was DCA.
CSO was Lieutenant Murphy. Murdoch.
Rocky's gonna look it up, find out who it is.
I'm gonna look it up. I got the 1998 one, but I got the 2001 too. Let me check.
Murdoch hated me. Lieutenant Murdoch. Thank you, Rocky. I love you, man.
Yeah, he's right here.
Yeah, I fucking hated that guy to the fucking. I would love to have a fucking if If ships would have a in the old days, well, they used to have the
Smokers.
boxers. What,
Yeah,
what do they call it? What do
They
they
call
call
it
the
smokers.
boxer events? I would kill that guy. I would kill him because I knew I was keeping him.
Yeah, let's put
Smokers.
it there.
Smokers, that's right.
The archivist.
Smokers. The smokers. Ships come back from deployment, go to a smokers, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Now I would fucking take on Murdoch in fucking 2 seconds. I would fucking crush that guy. Because I know what I'm doing. So. But anyways,
Joe, it's New Year's, man. Let's have a good time.
Hey, Matt. Earlier we talked about where we if we ever spent any time overseas in New Year's. Did you?
are you asking me?
No, Matt.
A lot. He needs to answer that. Where the fuck you at, bro?
I've never spent any time overseas. I was always on a spring, summer deployment home for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Thankfully, for the entire 24 years I was there.
Wow.
So I know, like me and Rocky, we talked about this earlier. Me and he was in Japan in 98 New Year's, shit. So I didn't know if he was ever deployed somewhere where you spent New Year's in another country.
No, sir.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shit.
Dude, I spent a lot of time overseas. I was in the first overseas tour was what, Fife?
Yep.
Celebrated New Year's in Japan. The next time I was overseas would have been at Sugi, Japan. I celebrated 2006, 2007, and 2008 there.
Holy
I remember
shit.
one time I was being a smartass and I think I was drunk and it was January. It was becoming January 2007 and I called my wife and I was like, "Hey, guess what?" And she's like, "What?" "I'm calling from the future." And she fucking cracked up. Funny. Because she was in California,
nice
so I think it was like
each other.
18 hours or 7. In Japan, I was like 17 or 18 hours ahead. I can't remember, but it was pretty funny. It made her laugh and giggle. And then after that, she went with me and we went to Guantanamo Bay. We got to live there for 2.5 years. I did an extended tour there because I brought my family. So we celebrated 2009, 2010, and 2011 there. And then after that, she went back to North Carolina. I went to Bahrain and I celebrated 2012, 2013 there. And then I was back home again. And then I went to Seal Beach, and from Seal Beach, I went to the Washington Navy Yard, which I called it the Washington Retard Yard.
That's a big giant change, man.
Yeah, I went
Seal
from
Beach to Washington is a giant change.
Well, I was supposed to go to the John C. Stennis.
Did you drag your family over there always?
No, I'll tell you about that. I was supposed to go to the John C. Stennis.
Brutal.
Actually, I was supposed to go to Mobile Security in Guam, where I have family.
Fuck.
But they didn't have. I had developed sleep apnea, so I couldn't go there. Right. So they tried to send me to the ship Stennis, which was in Washington, and they couldn't send me there either because the ship surgeon wouldn't the schmo would not accept me there. So they sent me to the Washington Navy Yard, and I did 2 years there. And then they sent me 2 years later to the Abraham Lincoln, and I did my last tour on the Abraham Lincoln. But it was interesting going from the West Coast to the East Coast.
Yes. Yeah. So
I got to see both different fleets, and I was able to like adjust to everything because I just was like, "Hey, this is my job."
Because you're good at what you do, man.
So
that's how it is.
I did notice a difference, though.
Unbiased and do what you do. That's great. That's how it flows.
And then so after that, the last time I was overseas was when I was on the ship, and it was on the deployment where we pulled into like Oman, and then Bahrain eventually. We didn't get to pull in anywhere because there were no other carriers qualified to do it at the time. They had let it get so bad in the Navy that only one carrier, the carrier I was on, was the only one that was deployment. That was the only one that you could put on deployment, which I think was pretty bad, to be honest. Poor management. But it was cool. I mean, I celebrated New Year's from 2019 to 2020.
But
on the
you
ship.
guys did all that shit at anchor, way out from port, and families. You guys were floating in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yeah, dude. They had us. We weren't in the Persian Gulf. They
Yeah,
wouldn't let us go in there.
You can't pull the pier to a pier. So,
And then when we did go in there, I remember standing Atwo. They would call me up. I was the night Atwo, and the ASECO was the day Atwo. And anytime the Iraqi ships would be chasing us, trying to start a war, I was up there getting ready to shoot at them. Because on my boat, I had 3 nautical miles, and in was where I defended the ship, but the TAO had 3 nautical miles and out, everything else. So it was a pretty it was intense, but we never really got in trouble because we had good OODs and conning officers and everybody.
amazing. That's amazing. Amazing story. That's amazing.
It's weird. Like I've been an East Coast sailor and a West Coast sailor. When I think about it, it's like I don't know how many sailors have actually done that. Maybe a lot, maybe not. I don't know.
Well, they used to tell us. They used to tell us back in the day that you were required to do that to advance. So you got to go to Norfolk. You got to go to the West Coast, and then a bunch of folks tried to do that, and then the next round of fiscal reality with the military was, oh no, you don't need to do that because we can't afford to transfer guys to the East Coast, and all those recruiters are trying to get those pockets filled by the willingness of the guys to say, oh yeah, I gotta go, I want to advance, I gotta go East Coast, West Coast, blah blah blah. So it was really tricky, and that was in the late 90s where we told you what you need to do to advance, but we're not going to let you do it because of fiscal reality. So we all just kind of hoped that the jobs we did on the ships, the hard jobs we did on the ships, and the ranking we did on the ships would carry us through. And the other thing was staying on sea duty. So if you had an opportunity, to keep sailing because you were a sailor, that's going to help you. So I remember that really good.
All right.
Yeah.
What did everybody cook for New Year's Eve? Anybody cook anything?
No. My wife is relaxing after we worked on the taco truck.
Joe, you cook anything for New Year's Eve?
Passing out drunk, I guess. My wife, my stepkid left, and I haven't fed my dogs, so I'm going to feed the dogs, and I'm drinking heavily, so probably just going to turn down the lights and fucking pass out.
We know what Matt cooked. He cooked the chicken, buffalo dip.
Yeah, safety.
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck do you have to say? Come on, you've not even been here all night. Come on, man.
Been here all night.
You have not been here all night. Your cigar presents pretty much at this point nothing, because you've been skating out, fucking around. You've been here 17 minutes of the night. Yeah, come on.
Like I said, I will close this motherfucker.
Hey, dispose some wisdom for 2025. I request.
What are we disposing?
Dispose.
He wants some of your wisdom for 2025.
That's right.
21.
What do you have to say?
Be yourself. You have to shed things that aren't you. Whatever it is. If it's people, things, traits, shed them. Shed at least one of them. I've already shed 2 of them. And I will say this, The one that I've shedded was my oldest daughter, which is 28. Helped her out, and then she shit on me and my brother and has had no contact now. So you have to make a choice, yourself and close family, of what enhances you. It's a shitty choice. Nobody wants to do it, but you got to, no matter what.
And also, Matt, too, when you got out, you took a little time to yourself too when you got out to find out what you want, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Spent almost a year with my brother
Yep.
outside playing, worked at Amazon, throwing boxes, packing all your bags, getting all the trucks ready to go, man. I know how that system works now. You know, it was a lot of fun, but you know, when a system isn't the way they say it is, all of us have OCD. So it's like, get your shit done. Move, move, move. Get the fuck out of my way. Get the fuck out of my way. You know what I mean? Like, let's get shit done. And I ran into a problem where Amazon can't even fix that shit. So
All right, guys.
my wisdom for the new year is look at everything you're doing. Everything. And if it means the closest person to you is something that needs to be shit, then you gotta fucking do it. There's nothing else about it. I mean, Jordan Peterson said that. You know, if you want to know what's wrong with you, sit down on the edge of bed, think about what is wrong. You'll get an answer, but it won't be the answer that you like.
And don't stick your dick in a light socket, too.
Well, nobody sticks dicks in light sockets anytime soon.
Well, you'd be surprised what motherfuckers do nowadays.
Yeah, really, you would be surprised.
It's just like back in the day. I had this one kid in my class, what, third grade or fourth grade? I think it was third grade. He took a paper clip, stuck that bitch in a light socket. That thing know was going to happen. And then he got electrical burn, fucking damn near cut his finger off.
Oh shit, I took my headphone wires, clipped them, and stuck them in the light socket.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God.
Hey, I'm still here.
I never did anything like that.
I wanted to see what it would do.
Oh,
Bitch burned out the light socket and got my ass whooped by a fucking leather belt.
Well, that's my phone.
But you never did that shit again, did you?
Fuck no.
Sometimes you gotta let the kids find out the hard way on shit so they don't do the same stupid shit again.
Mom. Oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
Isn't
Well,
it
I
sad
mean-
you got to let people do stupid shit just to make them learn? It's so stupid. They just won't listen.
Yeah. It's the old adage, like, you light the lighter, let them touch it so they can burn themselves so they know that the flame is hot. It's that same old adage.
You know, that's what I did with River when he was real young, because at the old house, I had a wood stove. He never burned himself on it because his mom had a wood stove too. You know, grandma and grandpa did too. I told him one time, he got real close. I said, get away from there. He kind of laughed. I said, touch it. If you touch it, I guarantee you won't ever touch that son of a bitch ever again.
Why the fuck are we back on this? Rocky, what do you want for the new year?
What do you mean?
I mean, I just explained the new year, and what do you think? What do we need to do? Where do we need to move forward? In your opinion.
World-wise, I think we need to move on and stop being so freaking damn sensitive with everything and realize that everyone has differing opinion, and that you also have to realize that there is a right and a wrong, and people need to understand that, because standards needs to come back. Because if you don't have any standards, everyone's going to be doing stupid crap. But on a personal level, I'm excited to celebrate my 20th wedding anniversary.
Case.
Yeah,
Rocky, congratulations.
it'll be in May.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I'm actually proud of it.
Congratulations, buddy. Congratulations. Yeah.
And
Yes.
I want what I really want is I gave my
Thanks,
son a year
Rocky.
to figure out what he's going to do, my oldest, right? I'm going to figure out what he wants to do with his life, and then I'm going to have him start doing that.
Alcohol. All right. So thank you, Rocky. Thank you, Rocky. We love you.
Yeah.
We love you, man.
Oh, you
love
charging
you.
your phone, Joe?
I love you, man.
Love you too.
He's trying to get a halo light.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt. On the when you was on the East
Love
Coast,
you, man. Rocky,
you have any
you're the
crazy
man.
sea stories from the East
Rocky,
Coast?
20 years.
Or
Bungard, that
from
fucking fucked up situation.
Panama, that Panama cruise or the drug off cruise in 01. You got any crazy shit from either that one or fucking East Coast?
I'm too drunk to fucking follow. What the fuck did I do?
I'm not gonna sit here and tell you 2 hours of fucking rum stories from Panama. You know, like Rocky saying what his family needs. What do you need for the new year for your family?
Rocky, congratulations.
Oh, me? I just
Thank you.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Rocky, I
just
love
want
you,
the
buddy.
fucking new year
You're
to
the
keep-
best. And I
going.
hope you have another stole that 100
You know,
more.
everything stays the
Stole
same,
that.
pretty
Oh,
much.
stole that. The Polish being 100 other holidays.
Goddamn Joe's hiding in the fucking dark.
There he
You
is.
fuckers. You fuckers. You fuckers. Heck, I'm just getting fucking drunk and
Shit off.
following my stupid ass group's computer here shit. Well, Rocky,
Yeah.
you know, you're the man.
I try to be. I try. It's just something that I'm actually proud of.
My wife is my torture. Fucking my wife is.
You know why they say divorces are expensive? Because they're fucking worth it.
Yeah. Dude, I remember like guys would tell me it's cheaper to keep her.
Shit, my divorce cost me fucking
Like I said the other night, man.
My divorce cost me
To break down
$2,000,
the
and I saved the hell out of money, and happier once I got shed that fucking
Man, I can't even figure out my.
I gotta get more drink. I'll
I
be
can
right
see
back.
all you
boys.
dudes. I have all good volume.
You get some more drink.
Ah!
No
I
more.
will say tonight we went a little off the rails tonight.
Cut Joe off. Joe can't figure out his
Yeah, I'm not having a good
off.
time. Having a fucking bad. Yeah, sorry
You're gonna
guys.
be making
I'll get
They're
back
gonna
to
be
you.
making a
Give me a
meme
minute.
out of Joe's face on that one.
Fuck you guys.
I'm scared that we're gonna get his butthole in one of these. He's gonna send us a dick
The
pic.
moment.
See, wait. Telling you, there's gonna be a dick pic.
Now, when we start seeing Joe fucking rub his nuts,
I'm telling you, man. I'm just telling you.
that's like the first episode.
Gonna be my fault, motherfucker.
Huh?
That ain't gonna be my fault, motherfucker.
No, but it's like the first episode.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh,
when
look,
Joe sat back,
look,
when
look.
Joe would sit back on the
Getting
couch,
so
right, had his
good.
legs straight. I'm like, I said, if he starts rubbing his fucking balls, I said, yeah, I'm gonna fucking take him off the fucking podcast.
Settling things down here. Big change, but that's where it goes. But I love you guys. Sure. Yeah, I'm online. I'm just gonna clean up some stuff over here, and
But as long as
hang out.
nobody gets teabagged,
So keep
we're
going
good.
on. I love to hear what you guys have to
We're
say.
I think Joe's doing like the underground cavern thing in his house. It's like the hidden video shit's like, oh shit, we're here. Oh shit, we're here. Oh fuck, now we're here. Like when those guys go in the caves and shit, they're like, oh shit, look where we're at. Look, hold on. We're right here. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Like all the bunkers they already know of. I feel like Joe's gonna do that to us. And it's gonna lead right to the toilet.
Some of the shit reminds me of being back overseas, being drunk at port too. You know, you never know what's gonna happen.
Drunk about what?
Shit, he's always drunk and fucking overseas. Fuck, come on now. But you never knew what was gonna happen in any of those fucking ports we went to. You never knew.
Molly, come on, baby.
That was the key thing. Hold on.
Molly,
Can I get it to play loud enough? Hold on. Where's my phone?
Molly,
I'm gonna fucking do this on purpose. Give me a second.
Molly, I love you.
Molly,
Pull your pants up. We don't want to see your ass crack. Man, God damn it. Don't want to see your ass crack.
So let's play this real. See if this catches. Hold on.
Make sure that bitch is loud.
Hold on.
Yeah. What's up?
Who's yelling at Matt? Fuck off.
I am. Make sure you play it loud, bitch.
I'm going to. Calm down, dickhead.
Let it hear.
Let hear, bitch. Let hear, bitch. Let hear.
Lick him. Lick him, bitch. Lick him.
Let hear. Yeah.
Bitch.
Hold on. All right, hold on.
Hey, Matt, who's this? Bitch.
I'm Bittner.
No.
Fucking road.
No. Wrong.
Hold on.
Boswell. Bitch.
Hold on. Can you hear that?
Barely. Barely. People are gonna be watching this episode. They're like, these motherfuckers are just plain fucking stupid or fucking crazy. But that's the point of this episode is just to fucking just have fun. Do whatever.
Hear that?
No.
Really?
What song was you playing?
What's the color?
Guys, let me know. Okay.
Let me see if I can get. Let me see here. All right. All right. Hey, let me know if you can hear this song, okay? This is from our playlist on our channel.
The drunken sailor, what shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall
Can y'all hear it?
with a drunken sailor?
In the morning. Hey, what?
What?
hey. Way, hey, and up she rises early in the morning.
And Danny boy, hold on. I got you. I got you.
He's sober early in the morning.
Bye, guys.
Way, hey, what she rises. Way,
Bye, guys.
hey,
See you.
wait. Way, hey, and up she rises early in the morning. Morning.
Razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a
Rusty razor early in the morning. Hey, wait, she rises. Way, hey, what she rises. Way, hey, what she rises early in the morning.
Why are you still fucking going?
Huh?
Hold on.
Did you hear that?
Yes, motherfucker, I know what song it is.
I said that. Could you hear that?
No, I couldn't hear it. Just like you couldn't hear mine.
Let's do it again. This time I'll share it.
What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a
Drunken sailor early in the morning.
Did you hear it?
Put him in the hose pipe with a hose around him, and I put him in the hose pipe with a hose on him early in the morning.
What happened to Joe?
Oh, we singing drunken sailor song.
What happened to
Did
Joe?
you hear that one when I shared it?
A little bit.
Sing Joe, man.
I
Is
think
Joe
Joe.
gone?
I think Joe fucking
Passed
tapped
out.
out for the night.
I hope he's okay.
He's definitely okay.
We have to check on him tomorrow.
I will. We will. That's why we got the group text too.
Yeah. He's going through a rough time, it seems.
Oh yeah, he is. But you know, I mean, it's hard if you have problems like that.
Yeah, I
Really
know. I know.
You know.
But, you know, like you said, and we're listening, it gives him an outlet to at least talk.
Yeah.
Talk with people he knows. And it's not I know everybody talks about a fucking group circle. This is a true group circle. We're all from the same shit. We spent time with each other. And we can tell stories with each other. Now, whether or not it's before we were together or after, we're still a group, you know, in my opinion. Call me fucked up.
Yeah, we are. I mean, the Fife was a very special boat. It really was.
It does seem to be that way because a lot of us still talk to each other 20 something years later, and that's pretty amazing in itself, you know.
Yeah. And like we talked about the other night, between the three of us, Gilly and you, and like I said, three musketeers, we really do, and I honestly feel this. This is no bullshit. We have the right chemistry between the three of us. We really do.
And we're almost all wearing grunt style shirts too.
Yeah. Fuck your feelings, bitch. Fuck your feelings.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, Skull, Twilight. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
You know, and we've all been through the same shit. You're retired, Rocky. Gilly, you've retired and disabilities. And you run a food truck. Like, all the same shit. I'm going to college. Like,
I think I might start going back to college before my GI Bill runs out. I'm only going to hit the 4th year of retirement this year, so I still got time, but I'm going to do it probably and finish up and get a degree.
do it. Do it so you can use the money you paid for it.
I know.
You paid for it.
So what are you looking for? I mean, I know I already heard what you said for about 2025. I was going to expand a little bit more on my family stuff. I want to make sure that my kids are doing good too.
Well, I
One
mean,
that's out of high school, the two that are in school still. One's wrestling, the other one, she's very artistic, and she's starting to like come out of her shell, so to speak. So that kind of gives me other fears. I don't think I need to be that scared, but you know, I talked to her a lot about, hey, be a girl that's worthy.
I mean, and that's your choice. I mean, how you want to raise your children. I think from us, from Gen X, we were fucking rugged, you know.
Oh yeah, we were latchkey kids outside the house, playing outside till the sun went down.
Exactly. But we bought into being nicer to our kids, right? So we were sold this bullshit that we need to think about how our kids feel and then work, from there.
Yeah, now we're paying the price for it, aren't we? With the next two generations.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
we truly are. Like, it's like, hey, I want to be nice and be your friend. And it's like, hey, fuck you. Can't do anything because CPS and everybody stepped in too. So you can't, you can't whip somebody with a belt, like we used to, or at least me. I got with a belt. It was like mom was like, hey, you fuck up, dad's coming up. And then dad be the one be like, let's go, boy. Wah! And it'd be that, that whip it.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I think the worst thing was waiting for my dad to get home to spank my ass, dude. That was the worst. You sit
Yes.
down and think about what you did. And I'm just like, oh man, this sucks. Because,
Yeah.
my dad was pretty rough. But
Yeah.
after being the jackass that I've been before, I understood why he did what he did. Because I have a kid that's just like me. I got 3 of them that are just like me. And it drives me nuts sometimes.
No, I'm agreed. That's not what I'm saying. Is
Yeah.
I definitely deserve all the shit that I, caused on my parents. So with that being said, look at that. Like we were talking about the other night, for a new year, one generation, us, to our kids, your kids, my kids. You know what I mean? One generation has changed how we discipline and how we educate our children.
And it's backfired.
Exactly.
It's backfired big time, to be honest.
And that's why I'm raising Rivers since I had him older in life, and he's part of this generation alpha. I'm raising him like I was fucking raised. Discipline wise, everything.
Oh yeah, I don't let off with my kids. I no, I'm not going to let my kids be idiots. When everyone else's standards are down here, I'm setting the standard up here for them.
Yes. No, I agree. We still need to educate our children on our own time. We just can't discipline them to be like, yeah, stay in line. But
Actually, it depends on the state that you're in. That's what it depends on, really.
yeah.
Because here in Missouri, you can't still whip your children here in Missouri.
Well,
CPS can't do a fucking thing about that.
In Virginia, I could take Adrian up to the courthouse steps and beat her with a stick the size of my pinky for fucking up, stealing law books.
Damn.
So,
how do you like Virginia? Is Virginia cool?
Virginia's been all right. I don't have any problems with it. For everybody around the country, I pay property taxes on my vehicles. So it's like, that's the one downfall. Other than that, I don't really have any problems. The only other one is there's no castle doctrine. So if somebody breaks into my house, I don't have a castle doctrine law. So
That's so stupid. That is the dumbest shit in the world.
But
So
Virginia
you
is
want
pretty
me
much a
to
Democratic
give up my
state
life for this
because,
fucker? Fuck that. Fuck that shit.
well,
That's stupid.
and that's because
And the people that wrote those laws, they need to be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you stupid? Are you retarded? What?
yeah, they were scared. And like Gilly, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
well, because fucking Democrat, because the blue cities in Virginia, even though Virginia itself is not truly a democratic state, it's those fucking cities like Alexandria that dictate all the bullshit.
Yep.
You know, like Missouri, right? Yeah, you got St. Louis, Kansas City, you got Columbia in between, right? But there's a hell of a lot more rural people when they come out to vote. That's why Missouri stayed red, because the rural people said, "Fuck you, motherfuckers, city. You're not going to dictate what the fuck this state does." Plain and simple. And that's why we are a castle doctrine state, just like Florida is. You know, you come to my house or come to my fucking property, you threaten me, I can fucking shoot your ass.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, well, and even, and I'll say this, dude, I grew up in Indiana. Even Indiana back in the forever, if somebody's coming onto your land, you shot the motherfucker and drug him through your doorway, the door jamb. And it's like, hey, he's good to go. Or, any of that shit. But, it's gotten to the point where, states are starting to blur the line about the Second Amendment. And it's like, I have the right to bear arms. You are coming after me. And the right to bear arms was to take care of a tyrannical government.
Exactly. And remember what I read in the book the other night? All about that.
Yeah. It's like you throw so many laws in place, you can muddy up what the rules are. You know what I mean? Like, if you pull out everything, Second Amendment says I can carry whatever weapon I want to. If I want a fucking cannon, I can have a fucking cannon. It doesn't matter. But and the idea is to protect yourself and to take over a tyrannical government. And the military, as we have been part of, will always be ahead of the population. That's what they're scared about, because the AR platforms are the exact same ones that they're using. And
except for there's some differences.
Level.
They
There's some
get full auto.
differences.
They got full auto and we don't.
Yeah.
But to get buy the same exact weapons that the military has, you got to have a special license for that shit. That costs a lot of money to have those licenses. And that's the reason why I don't have that license to have, an MP4, right? Because I mean, I don't have $10,000 to spend on a fucking license on that shit. Or I'd have a fucking bazooka if I had that fucking kind of money. I'd have me a fucking. Now, if I had money, I'd have me a fucking tank. If I had fucking money.
Really, I mean, that I think a lot of people would rather have that than anything else right now.
Because technically, the fucking tanks, we can work on the motherfuckers because they're run on a gas turbine. The new ones are. So we know how to work on them motherfuckers right there.
Well, and I think we're wrong on that point. We need to actually work on self-sustainment for each other. So fuck you, I have 10,000 rounds, but can I grow fucking tomatoes? I can't. So I have 10,000 rounds of ammunition. If I'm going to use 10,000 rounds of ammunition, can I get a fucking goddamn tomato out of my garden? You see what I'm saying? Like, we can buy weapons of fucking destruction, but can we grow seeds of fucking plentifulness? You know what I mean? Like, can we trade? You know what I mean? That's where we're supposed to be. Like we talked about before, self-sustainment. Can we do that? That's how we help each other out. But yeah, we have 10,000 rounds. Yeah, I can smoke fucking 1,000 people. I can kill everybody. But can I grow a fucking tomato plant?
Well, see, that's one thing I love being out of the country. You know, I taught River how to do early on. You know, when I had a garden. You know, is the fucking plant.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah, I've been teaching him here in town because last year he said, Dad, how come we don't have a garden? I said, well, first of all, we don't have enough space to have a true garden. So I broke down about like a container garden, right? You just did a couple tomato plants, right? I said, your job is to plant these and take care of them, water them, and all that. And he did too. You know, run with tomatoes. You know, it's you got to. The problem is like River's Generation Alpha or Gen Z, right? Or the millennials, right? A lot of their parents didn't teach them how to fucking garden. They did not. I grew up in gardening, so I knew exactly how. Like the land I had, the whole land I had was fucking had clay, a lot of clay. So I knew exactly how to fucking turn that into good soil because I grew up like that.
That's what I'm saying is we're not all doing the same thing you're doing, Gilly. You're on your own. Look at 330 million people. And
But that gets back to
go
the way they brought
across
up
the
too.
world.
Because a lot of parents, you know, they might not have been taught that, right? A lot of their parents may not have been taught that.
Right.
You know, and that's where schools, especially in urban settings, need to bring the fucking agriculture back into schools. Plain simple. Whether it's a community garden or a fucking school garden, do it. Teach these kids how to fucking garden. Plain simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, we agree on that, but they won't fucking do it. I mean, you're on your own in your ideals, which is great for you and River. Problem is, we have thousands of fucking kids that have no idea. We have hundreds of thousands of fucking parents that don't know. The three of us are talking about this right now. And there are hundreds of thousands of people in the United States that will not do this shit.
And those are the fucking kids or the parents. If something really happened, they would die. Plain simple. They would die.
I agree.
It's the kids that grew up with the country values that was taught by grandparents, parents, all that bullshit.
I remember that, Jay. I remember that song you used to play all the time. I forget who sang it. A Country Boy Will Survive.
Hank Williams Jr.
Yeah, that song. That's what that makes me think of. Right there, because you're right. A lot of people are not. They're not doing anything. Like my mom sent me a book for Christmas. It's that Navy SEALs bugging in book or whatever. How to live off the grid and everything. So we have that stuff. I have survival books. I have all kinds of stuff.
Oh, hold on. I got one.
You know, I mean, living off the grid kind of bullshit. I mean, we didn't live off the grid, but I know how to. Just like Boy Scouts used to be a great teaching platform for kids, right? You know, camping, making your own shelters, all that bullshit.
Cool.
Hold on. Can I get it done?
Oh yeah, square foot gardening. Yep.
Square foot gardening. Everybody needs to read these things, but the problem is that nobody wants to read that.
Or they don't have an attention span long enough to do that. You notice like a lot of the articles that we even referred to, they're like 2-minute read, 3-minute read, 4-minute read, 5-minute read. Because and look at TikTok videos. TikTok videos went from like 10 seconds from Vines. I think TikTok took the lesson from Vines, and now they're up to like 5 minutes long. I don't know. I think they're trying to get people to pay attention longer. I don't know.
But when it comes to like self-reliance, the Boy Scouts, they used to do a real good job on that. When it came to survival, they really did. Because I made it all the way to Eagle Scout, so did my brother. But nowadays, Boy Scouts or Scouts ain't doing the same shit that they used to.
No, and the Scouts got fucking smoked because there was Scout leaders that were
Abusing the kids.
yeah, indicted.
That's been going on for decades. That happened when my dad was in Boy Scouts.
Yeah,
Well,
I know.
then
It's just
how the hell
it's a
do you-
damn shame that it's happening in the fucking first place. Like,
Yeah, I know,
why are you
but
doing that?
that's been happening since the 60s when my
Yeah.
dad was in Boy
But-
Scouts.
So how can you keep that organization in a reputable stance when they've been doing those things for almost what 1960 80 fucking years, man.
But now the problem I saw the problem with the Boy Scouts, on the teaching aspect. I ain't talking about the pedophile shit, right? I'm talking about teaching aspect. When I got out of Navy, I wanted to get back into Boy Scouts, be a scout leader, with the same troop that I grew up in.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is the fucking adults are running the meetings, not the fucking kids. And I got into it, the Scoutmaster, and the board and the fucking people on the board was there, and they're the same people that I grew up with in Scouts. They're parents and all that shit, except for the Scoutmaster. And I lay it into him. I said, no, the kids run the fucking meeting. The adults are here to fucking supervise. That's it. I said, look, does your kids know how to fucking start a fire in one fucking match or flint rock? He goes, well, no. I said, that's the shit that I was fucking taught. Plain simple. Can your kids build a fucking shelter? I said, that's part of a fucking merit badge that you gotta fucking do. Can you do that? He's like, well, no. I said, then what the fuck are you teaching these fucking kids? And that's what I said. What? I'm not gonna be a part of Scouts unless I have my own kid that wants to be a Boy Scouts. But even right now, I will not River is Scouts. Period. Just the way they run it.
So we teach from what we learn from Scouts to our kids because I've tried.
Yep.
And the kids are like, throw their hands up like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I want to go play fucking Nintendo.
And that's because the parents don't make their ass get off that fucking Nintendo because they want them on those fucking electronics. It's like a babysitter for them. That's what it is.
I think we're all fucking part of that. There's none of us that have ever not, we put limits on it, but we're part of that, problem. There is no way that any of us, well, Rocky, unless you are,
What?
that we've allowed our kids to indulge in technology more than what they should. With iPads.
Technology's been a good thing and it's been a very bad thing because I know that most of us invent technology to do better things with ourselves and lives, but there's always a freaking dark side to it. Like, have you guys ever seen Black Mirror?
Oh, love it.
Like that, dude, how many things have you seen on that show now that are almost kind of real?
Social credit score.
Yeah, like that one girl, it was called Nosedive.
Yep.
You had to get likes and stars and all that stuff. It's like that's what China's doing, right? That's what they're trying to do here, which I don't think will go over well. You're going to create two different societies, and the one that everyone marks down is going to fight back, possibly, because they're going to get sick of it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I understand. That's what I'm saying is like we grew up with it. So we grew up from the 80s, 90s, 2000 all the way through. So we started with nothing and then all the way through. And you're like, oh yeah, let's have some fun with the iPad. And then it became what it is. And like you said, like the social credit score has actually been in articles, like who you are, how do you have, how good you are, and it throws it up. So
It's very like I guess the term would be it's draconian.
or dystopian.
Yes, draconian, dystopian, almost like the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
And I'm just glad that River, I mean, he likes his electronics, don't get me wrong, right?
Yeah.
But he's not on them all day long like some kids are. And I like that. He wants to be outside a lot. And I love that part. Until he got his PS5 this Christmas, right? Fortnite. That's the most fucking video games he has fucking played. At one time. I tried to teach him how to play Diablo 4 because me and Little Tate played Diablo 4 all the time. He played it for a little bit, maybe 30 minutes. Oh, I'm bored. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to go outside. Okay, great. I'm glad that he does that, wants to do that.
Well, I mean, Gilly, we're not attacking you.
I know. I'm just
parental.
No, I'm just making a point. I'm glad that he does want to get outside like we did, right?
Yeah, I mean it's a really good thing for them to do, like get out, touch the grass, see some sunlight, get a little sun rays.
Because he is exactly how we was brought up. Okay, I want to ride my bike.
I don't think he was gonna shoot him with a BB gun like we was.
Don't do that.
Oh, he would shoot. Oh, yeah, he would shoot somebody with a BB gun if you let him. Oh, yeah, he would.
I mean, I'm talking like the BB gun wars we used to have back in the 90s.
I know, but he would. He would. If you was not watching him outside, oh, yeah, that would happen, guaranteed. He has that Gen X state of mind, is what he has.
Yeah.
And I love that. I'm like, because he's like, Dad, I'm going to make a ramp for my fucking sled with snows on. And he did this last snow we got. I was like, oh, fuck. Here we go.
Well, and fuck, man, it's New Year's Eve. I don't want to dig too deep. Like Rocky was saying, everything is intertwined. Yeah. Which one of these do we want to play with?
We're gonna have to do it a talk later because I gotta welcome the new year with my wife.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm about ready to get off here, and it's a lot of fun. And fuck, man, we can go everywhere. Like.
Yeah, what we need to do is I think we need to choose topics and do a little bit of research on it, and then share what we know about the topic with each other.
Yeah, I mean,
and then furthermore, theorize how this interconnects with all the other bullshit going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's what me and Gilly talked about. And I really honestly think that this is New Year's. This is a free for all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
After the new year, let's really, let's figure out a schedule. What days do we want to go live? And then pick a topic that all of us want to talk about, from every angle, whatever. And then we talk about that. And then pick another one.
Like the book I was saying, this was about like the hollow earth and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fuck yeah. Dude, I would love to fucking sit there and talk about hollow earth.
This one. The guy who wrote this is Jim Wilhelmsen. And I found his channel on accident in YouTube in like 2018, dude. And I watched it and I found this book online and printed it out. But I found it on Amazon, right? And oh my gosh, dude. It's based on the Bible, but it talks about time travel, all kinds of stuff, wormholes. And I bought this one because it says Hollow Earth, Ancient Maps, Atlantis, and Other Theories. And it's called The Book of Earth.
but the problem is we can come up with certain topics we want to talk about, right? Research it, right?
Yeah.
But we all fucking know we're gonna get off that subject eventually. You know,
Oh,
No, and that's why we got a rig on. Like I tried the other night. Like we just pull each other back in. Like, hey,
but
let's go.
sometimes it's hard to pull each other back in to get everybody,
No, it's not that hard.
refocus sometimes.
like I think like we need like an outline. Like I'm not that good with computers, but like if you can say, okay, we're going to talk about this topic and then we'll finish that one. And then like for editing purposes, that would be like maybe a 20-30 minute video, who knows? And we could clip that and make that another video just talking about that topic and
But we
keep
gotta get
going on.
well. That's one thing we got to work on is
Yeah.
if we want to do something like that, right? Like Matt brought up last time with his brother saying that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to research
Well,
the editing part.
and
Yeah.
honestly, if we're gonna be legit about doing the lives, we will have to take at least a 30-minute talk beforehand.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree.
hey,
I
let's
agree.
outline and let's go.
And sometimes probably an hour sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's how,
depending on the topic.
yeah, because some of these topics are really in depth and they're huge.
Yeah,
And
I
some
mean,
not so
yeah,
much.
you're right, Rocky. Like that's why we've been talking for hours and hours and hours. Like the topics which academia is, and when you debate and when you talk, what real college is what we're doing. It's like you talk about what has been written.
Oh, I didn't show you this book right here, bro. Check out that one.
Nice.
Have you read that yet?
No, I haven't read that one.
Or this one? I have the whole series.
The Rational Male. Got it.
Yeah. My favorite one was the last one and then religion. But man, I remember reading this book for the first time and I just got so freaking mad at how stupid I was.
Yeah, and exactly. Like
How much we've been
Gilly
lied
said,
to.
like we need to like you said, Gilly said, we need an outline. So we might take an hour to even put together, a 2-hour segment with a couple of ideas or topics that need to be discussed. And that is what the best thing is that we have the ability to put the amount of hours together to talk to each other and the content that is out there to put out to people.
And the thing is I don't really want to copy anyone else. I want us to do our own thing.
Right. 100%. That's why it's all raw. It's like, okay, let's talk. Who's talking about what? We don't have to correct each other, except for Gilly talking about Taylor Swift and her sorry ass. You, fuck you. There's my big finger on that one.
I figure I'd catch hell by that one, but no, I had to bring that up. I just did so.
Yeah.
And it's fun. It's fun. That's the way it's supposed to be.
And that's what I like about us. We're not gonna say something, behind your backs. If we're gonna say it, we're gonna say it to your we're gonna say the same thing to your fucking face too.
Yeah.
Say something.
Like I have some crazy books in that library that I'll show you guys. And you'll be like, you're reading about that? And I'm like, yeah, why not? I got nothing better else to do. And then my other bookshelf, dude, it's all comic books.
Well, and here's the funny part about this. It made me laugh because, and I know, Rocky, you're gonna have fun with this. The Illuminati was what we're doing now. We are enlightened individual from religious, physical, you know what I mean, like realist, arguing with each other, like having the debate to influence or put out to people what you should look at and what you should learn. You know, the world is, oh my God, from us traveling is so huge. People cannot even, they can't even, you know, have conceptualism of how big the world is. You know what I mean? They're like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm in my little New York City apartment, but they never been fucking 2,000 miles away to another country or traveled, you know, 19,000 miles around the earth. You know, they have no concept of this world. And that's what I love about talking about these things.
Dude, they don't understand how much weirder and stranger the world really is. Like, you go to other countries, dude, and you see supernatural shit. You're like, yeah. When you start seeing stuff like that, or anything like that, that's when it gets really weird. And I'd like for us to talk about that stuff too, eventually.
Oh shit, that's like whole 2 hour shows. Might have to break that up into like fucking 10 segments when you talk about cryptids and like the
And
National Reserves by Theodore Roosevelt. Oh yeah, we'll go. Sorry.
like there's so much we can talk about. Like the other night, we were talking about Billy the Kid, right? I was talking to Jay about Billy the Kid, and the confessionals had one where Wes Germer from Sasquatch Chronicles got on there and interviewed the guy that wrote this book about Billy the Kid, how he died twice, and he really didn't die. Man, it was really convincing. It was one of my favorite episodes, and it wasn't even about like supernatural crap, but it was cool just to see like Billy the Kid may have been a Rough Rider with Teddy Roosevelt. There's a picture of him with Teddy Roosevelt, dude, as a Rough Rider. And that's like 1890s during the Spanish-American War or whatever it was, where we ended up getting Guantanamo Bay out of it.
When he changed his fucking name to Bless You Bill, he did join the Rough Riders.
Yeah. So it's like that piece of history of the Old West. Like, I love talking about the Old West. And like, you know, my kids will watch Tombstone with me. I'm your Huckleberry, you know. And then I watched Young Guns the other day, and Young Guns 2. So yeah, I mean, I'm game to talk about anything. I just do a little bit of research on it, find the facts, and boom.
And yeah, like we were saying, like Gilly said, like all of us, like I said before, Three Musketeers, let's you know, prior to, let's put some shit together, because all of us have super amounts of knowledge together, research, things that are written, you know, no bull. I mean, we have a little bit of stories there, but you know, for the most part, it's all put together. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and I think if I read out of books, as long as I add my own commentary to it, it's not illegal. So I'll read some of it, and then yeah.
Well, just like the thing I sent y'all on the fucking on the group chat, you know, about the fucking underground city in Mobley, Missouri, right? Town I grew up 3 miles away from there.
We need to talk about that.
That's just fucking real. But people want to fucking just say it's not real because it was placed on April Fool's Day, right? April 1st, right?
Yeah.
That shit's fucking real. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
that shit that's been safeguarded because it's actually the locals think of it as a sacred fucking place because it's Native Americans.
Yeah, I mean, Tennessee has the same thing. I think in Tennessee they have numerous underground cities that, like Nashville and Memphis, are all built over, man.
Yeah. And where my dad grew up at, you know, before Grandma and Grandpa sold the 80-acre farm that they lived on, Dad found those fucking same fucking entrances to the cave. Huh. It wasn't inside Mobley, it was outside. The tunnels was.
Do you know if there's any strange burial mounds out in Missouri where you're at, where it looks like giants may have been buried or anything like that?
And they are sacred to people here in Missouri. to the landowners. They are sacred because we all know it's Native American shit. Because Lawless in Missouri, we have Native American in us. Like my great grandpa, he was half fucking Cherokee. You know, and so that shit's sacred to us. You know, but we all know the stories and all that, and we all believe them too.
So, do we put stories together? You know, like scary stories together with a little bit of area. Can you get, Gilly? Can you get pictures of the area, like physical pictures, and throw them up together? I mean,
I can get physical. I can get physical pictures, but the true pictures that matter, the family is not going to let them go at all. Because I know the family.
So we just do the best we can with it. Maybe
it has the original pictures.
Maybe you can interview them.
That shows the giants and all that in that cave.
Right.
They're not going to let them go. They're safeguarding that shit.
That would be amazing to put out there because I don't think everyone knows about that place and giants and all that other stuff.
Well, they did a thing on it back in a few years ago, right? New York Times did all that bullshit. There's even a YouTube thing on it too.
Really? I've never even heard of that place before.
But the thing is, they all think it's inside the city limits. It's actually outside. It was a mile away from my old house where the entrance is to the underground city.
Yeah.
Where my dad grew up at. That's where it's at. But now the landowners, they are very secretive. And one landowners, after dad then, sold it, they fucking blew up the fucking entrance to the cave. So that way nobody can go in there. To safeguard, to pretty much preserve it. That's what they did.
And like Rocky's saying, we need an outline, man, because we have so much fucking content between the three of us and everything that's out there. It's ridiculous. I mean, honestly.
Well, see, like the Boy Scout camp we had here in Missouri, one kind of, mid Missouri here, Camp Thunderbird, right? They actually have an Indian cave that the Indians actually used. That has hieroglyphs, all that bullshit. And the University of Missouri, it's called Thunderbirds, what it is.
Yeah. Are they big birds or are they pterodactyls? Because
I'm saying the camp was called Camp Thunderbird.
Oh, Camp Thunderbird, okay.
But the Indians fucking had a cave that they used. They got hieroglyphs, everything, right? University of Missouri and dated those motherfuckers to the 1500s.
Really?
Yeah. And
exactly. That's what I'm saying is we have all these stories. Everybody has known stories in their area.
Yep.
And if we outline them like Rocky said, then we coalesce to the entire story. We don't veer off a little bit here and there.
And given that we have books and everything, we can show the books for citing it, and then you can leave links in the description of the thing we're going to talk about. So if someone wants to look at it and say, "Oh, these three guys aren't talking crap; they're actually telling the truth." More power to them. They might learn something and might help them out. That's what we want to do, anyways, right?
As long as we're reading quotations right out of books, they can't say a fucking thing because that's published. That's still copyright shit right there.
Well,
it's published. That's public knowledge.
And I want to go old school because if you teach one person something, then you've done your job as a leader. And that person will, pass it on. Us as chiefs, that was the whole thing. Like, you need to teach one person, understand what we're saying. Don't force them to understand. Yeah, because you're a fucking scumbag.
I'm the only E3 in this fucking group.
Don't worry, I'll show Rocky my fucking vessel while you're not here.
I got mine upstairs.
Mine's locked in the closet over the way.
I had to put that out there. I was like, yeah, I'm not the only I'm the only non-chief in this fucking group.
You're a sorry piece of shit.
Hey, I don't
Well,
give
I think that's only because you got out, dude.
It is.
a
It
Yeah,
is.
I'm pretty sure you would have made chief, man.
No,
He would have. I do.
I would never made chief after I hit that fucking XO off of Denver. I never would have. No.
You'd have been like
I would've
Master
made-
Chief Billy Sunday.
I would have made fucking first class, yes, but never chief. You know,
Hey,
no.
you remember what I told you about first classes? Some of the best guys I ever worked with were actually first class petty officers.
Yeah. I mean, no,
Yeah.
I'm glad that y'all made chief. I really am. You know, because Rocky, you and I came up together. You know, Lil Tate. You know, hell, I remember you came to the 5. You know,
Hey, you see that?
yeah, I
Fuck
see it
you.
too. See that? See that? Yeah. But I'm glad that y'all finally made chief. I mean, I was happy as hell when y'all made chief. I was for you.
But you know what? We understand from your story of what happened. We would have stood behind you at that time.
And
If-
I shared my when it was just me and Rocky on here. After Joe left that one time, I shared why I got out.
no, I
was
know. I
pretty
mean,
messed
I've
up.
listened to it.
And
No,
I mean,
nobody who has a heart and soul and understands to be with family would ever disagree with what you had to do.
I mean, because I wanted to stay in, I did, but I was not going to stay in an organization that when you're in port and you can go home, why would you fucking want to stay in that they say no? You know, I mean, Matt, you was almost that same situation with your mom.
Yeah,
Almost.
I was. And
Yeah.
that was even harder because I dealt with the captain and the CMC because I was a chief.
Yep.
And I had to basically shit on anybody else. And Mike said, fuck this. I will shit on everyone else in there. So I talked to the cat. I mean, that's a long story. I mean,
It's all about the
that's a
command that
short
you're on, too.
version, but we shit on everybody, like all the way up to the captain, and the captain was like, yeah, fuck all you guys, and I'm gonna shit on you. And it was fucking hilarious,
But it's all about the command that you're on. Now, if I was still been on the West Coast, chances are that happening. No, I probably would have got to go home. You know,
Yeah, no, I mean, this is new.
Yeah.
I mean, Captain Murdoch at the time was the XO, like I told you before. And we had a emergency casualty in Main 1, which we lost CRP, and one of the hoses backed off. So it had a hydraulic oil leak in the middle of it. And I watched Captain Zimmer shit his pants while me and another person took care of the casualty in Main 1 and got it back in. I mean, it was like we seen each other between the modules, on DDG, like, how it goes down.
So you stayed GSM, huh? Did they end up sending you to school?
Oh, yeah, they sent me the shitty ass DDG school.
What about C schools?
That was the C school.
but
What was the C
thing
school?
is-
I don't remember.
See, the thing is, when he went to C school, when I went to C school, I got 2 NECs. Did you get 2 NECs, Lil Tate? He got 1. I got both of them for DD, CG, and DDG.
Yeah. Well, I already had the DD and CG one. They added the DDG one, and then I already had the LCAC one. So,
Man,
Because-
I ended up getting a bunch of C schools after I became an MA. I ended up getting investigator, military police investigator, small arms marksmanship instructor, the AT training soup instructor, uh, a boat level 2 coxswain for the Navy. I think that's what, 6 of them.
And
And then I got FISSEC officer, all kinds of shit.
Now, where
No,
did you
dude,
go?
they
see
just
school
they
for
just
MA?
gave it to me. They gave it to
Where
me. I
did
didn't even ask.
Where did you go see school for MA? Was it Chicago?
I went to Fort Leonard Wood for MPI.
Fort
yeah, you
Ross.
went to Lebanon?
I went to Fort Lost in the Woods.
Oh, boss.
Yeah,
And
and
what year was that?
2005.
Holy shit.
And you didn't reach out, motherfucker.
Dude, I
Come
didn't
on.
know where anyone was. There was no Facebook at the time, and I sure as hell didn't have MySpace, dude.
You know what? Nobody
I-
fucking
That
cares.
was the 2005. I got married, and I had to finish a course. I had to complete a computer course to pass the MPI course. So I bought a laptop at that time. That was the first laptop I had. I never had a computer before that.
You know what's funny? You went to Fort Lawsonwood, right?
Yeah.
Fucking, I was 5 hours from you then.
If I would have known, I'd have called you, dude.
And if I would have known that, my ass would have fucking went down there.
Yeah. And then when I went to AT Trey Soup, I was in Florida. And then I went to anti-terrorism officer school. That was in Chesapeake. Or no, it wasn't. Yeah, it was in Chesapeake. It was at that one base that's like in the middle of nowhere.
Damn it.
Not Dam Neck. It was inland. It was like on the North Carolina, Virginia border.
Fuck, I don't even know.
And then I went back and I got Sammy. I got Sammy on Gitmo because the NRA came and gave us a class. I got my certification to the NRA, and they stopped doing that afterwards. And then after that, when I left Gitmo, even though I had anti-terrorism training supervisor, so I could OC pepper spray people, teach them how to fight and use batons and all that crap, they gave me a school just to be an instructor, how to instruct people, how to teach, right? And then after that, I went to Bahrain. I was supposed to be an instructor in training, but they didn't. They put me in AT because they knew what I knew. Somebody knew me in the Navy and knew what I knew, so they put me in a certain position when I got to Bahrain. When I left Bahrain, I became a level 2 coxswain driving a boat. But as soon as the people in Seal Beach saw what I was able to do, because I was a trainer and everything, they put me in training and AT. So I was the training chief and the ATO for the base. Again.
But I would love to see you in those fucking training sessions, right? You already knew how to choke motherfuckers out with your wrestling. Come on.
Yeah, well, you weren't allowed to do that.
But you know what I mean? I'm like, you already know how to put people down before then.
Yeah.
Hell, you put fucking Boswell down. You put that big motherfucker, K-Band looking motherfucker down.
I even did that to Reed, remember? Big Reed?
Yeah. Yeah, Big Reed. Fuck yeah. You know,
I'm just curious why you want to see him in those situations.
I've seen him in those situations. He choked out. I mean, he put Boswell down right in front of his dad on Tiger Cruise in injury. You know, everyone knows how big Boswell. We all know how big Boswell was.
Oh, I know. I've seen Big Boswell.
And fucking Delp too. He gave fucking Big Delp a run for his money too.
Hey, look, motherfuckers. It's 30 minutes before midnight. I don't know.
We probably need to we need to cut it off because
But yeah, we need to fucking cut this. Happy New Year to everybody. Love you guys. We gotta keep doing this shit.
yeah,
We
it's
will.
fun.
We
It's
will.
fun.
We'll keep
We're just
doing
getting
this shit.
started, really.
I mean, this is what episode 5 right here. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Man. I mean, tonight was kind of a free for all. You know, so
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Call this episode 5 the free for all because of New Year's. Just title it that way.
You know, it's fucking great to see you guys.
Yep.
oh hell yeah.
It is. It's great to see you guys.
It's so much fun, dude. Like Joe was
Exactly.
saying, like, this is fucking serious. Like, this is really good for all of us.
as far as I know, we're the only people from the same unit that do this. I don't know
Yeah.
anything else.
Yeah. I mean, you got other veterans out there that's doing a podcast, right? There are. But none of them served together what I see, anyways.
For a significant amount of time, like 3 or 4 years together.
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like, fucked each other or found each other in the ATM drunk or trying not to get shot or, I mean, true people that take care of each other in the military in the same unit,
And still, after all these fucking years, we still talk.
And nobody has any fucking hard feelings about it. Anybody got hard feelings?
Nope.
No, man, like I still think about Luna.
No.
I still think about him and I'm like, I'm sad that he passed away. And
Right,
then
who?
he passed away. Justin Luna.
Oh, Short?
No, Justin Luna.
Oh, Looney. I thought you were talking
And
about.
then Justin Short passed away.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Brandon Harbor just passed away.
Yep.
And that sucks. Like a lot of the people we know, like some of them have passed away, man. It sucks.
Yeah, and as being as young as we are, we're not even that old. I mean, we're in our 40s. And to see these people pass away is, I don't know. I don't want to say like a wake up call, but
I think Rocky's the oldest one.
Yeah, I'm
Of those
46
three.
right now. I'll be 47 next year.
oh, I'm 44. What is Gilly? He's 46.
Oh, 45.
45.
I'll be
He'll be
46 in
46.
March.
Son of a bitch.
I'll be 46 in March.
If I can, I'm gonna get the birthday grunt style thing and I'll wear it on my birthday. And if we're streaming that day, I'm gonna wear it.
So I guess Rocky gets the leadership because he's got the oldest age. Like he's the oldest. Let's go. He's the leader.
Whatever. We'll make decisions together and move forward and do some good stuff.
Absolutely. This like Joe said, this is so much fun. And there's so much information.
And,
Between
like, and I know Joe's going through a hard time, right?
We got to make sure that he's okay. We got to keep talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay?
But actually, this gives him a reason to look forward to too, doing this shit
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Just like it does all of us, every one of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anybody that needs help, they can find us through this. And that's what we need to talk about during that, stream. Let's talk about, if they want to put it out there, if they don't want to, it's in between, but if they want to talk, allow them to talk. Like, hey, let's do a video and let them get that, and we can put it private. You know what I mean? Like,
if people could sit there, okay, if they got a question, right, fucking chat with us online, because I got the live stream up too on my other monitor.
Yeah.
So I can see anybody who has a question.
Yeah.
So if they got
Is
something
it on
they
your
wanna
other
talk about,
screen? Is it on your other screen, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we all
So-
got to wear like 5 hats or something someday.
Oh, that's coming. Oh, that's coming. Like I told you, Rocky. Wrecker's gonna be sending me the cross flag
I mean,
hat.
yeah, he's
Well-
hiding with one right now.
Hey, talk to him and tell him I need one too, man. I need a cross
No,
flag.
what I'm gonna do, he only had one left of the cross flag.
Okay.
What I'm gonna do is have mom recreate the son of a bitch. Since she had the boarding machine, that's what she does since she's retired.
All right.
That'll
That'll be
recreate them. I'm gonna send them out to y'all.
and
So.
and if this thing gets bigger, we can make like the Fifer'S shirt.
We'll have to find a silk screen. We'll have to find a silk screener for that. So
My wife, we make shirts for our taco truck. So
there you go.
if I get a design of something, I can probably have it made.
I mean, I'm down with that. I mean, depending on what the sales spring cost is, we might as well do it. And like Gilly being away, if I hope this reaches other veterans,
Yeah.
whether or not they're inside of this, the Fifer'S, we can at least talk. I mean, fuck, we can get all kinds of people out there.
The veteran community is vast and big, but I don't know if there's a whole lot for them. So maybe this is an outlet to help others. You know what I'm saying?
So
Which is what we want to do. So
I mean, and like we were doing earlier with Joe was just letting his thing go, and it's like, let's listen, and cut in, and the show doesn't have to be, just us pulling things together. If somebody wants to talk, fuck, let them talk, dude. We'll just sit back and be like, with cigars and let it go.
I think that he had to get some stuff off his chest,
Yeah.
So, I mean, at least he has somebody to talk to. We may not be in the same room with him, but at least we're there to talk to him,
And his daughter, his stepdaughter, even said, "I'm glad he has you guys."
Yeah. I think this channel with us, Three Musketeers, like I said, is multifaceted. So we may need to structure around those ideas. Somebody comes in, let them talk. We may have to throw out whatever we wanted to talk about and stay within it.
Heck, we could even do like a day where, like, every day that we do, we could do today in naval history. This happened.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just playing. I'm just joking, dude.
No PODs. No PODs.
It's like, I know what Joe said. He would love to see this as a success, right?
Yeah.
I do too. But I mean, I'm just glad that he's thinking forward too.
Yeah.
Not thinking backwards.
Either. Yeah. Because all of us have, like, I wanted to say this towards the end. We all have trauma bonding. Yeah. Our first ship. And trauma is such a nasty word to use. Because, like, trauma, oh my God, we like, you know what I mean? But we all bond together with everyday things. Going to the ship store, picking out these things or doing these things. But it's a bonding of brothers and sisters. So, the idea of pulling all of us together is the greatest thing ever, and I wish that, people would do it more. Because like you said, Gilly, you look at these things, there's not a lot of them out there. There really isn't. And to have three people from the same ship talking in different, like, areas. You got Rocky, me, and you.
And you add Joe, that's the fourth one right there, because he's the FC guy. He's the twitchy guy.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, it's great. I love it.
It's really cool.
What do you say, Rocky? You got to close it out from the new year. It's your turn.
Well, I want to wish everybody a happy new year. Please give us a like and subscribe, and we'll see you the next time. That's about it.
Until next time, people. Happy New Year.